Good morning, welcome to this conference on family responsive policies in the digital era. We recently celebrated the International Family Day, which was started as a celebration in the 90s by the United Nations in order to stress the importance of family and the care for its development, particularly in a fast-paced, changing reality. This conference on family is supposed to be a cyclical meeting of psychologists, business representatives, and politics representatives. The conversations that we are about to start are to be a tool to help describe the condition of family and a way to find a way to improve the conditions in which families operate for the society and for the state. We collaborate in this event with Project PL, headed by Adam Zich, whom I know personally. So let me make a personal remark. In the recent years, I often talked to Adam about issues that have been an inspiration and source for the topics, issues for this conference. He is father of 4, and as a father, he is very concerned with the impact of the internet on the attention and development of his children. Also, Adam, for a number of years, has been talking about the need to care for his employees and about the fact that he has seen a relationship between his personal and professional life and his employees and the success, the well-being of his business. For a certain time, he has been convincing representatives of the business environment to apply similar solutions to the ones he uses in his company for the benefit of his crew and for the development of their companies, their businesses. These personal experiences are strictly related to this conference, so let me hand over to Adam Zich now. Well, there's this general opinion that the economic crisis and financial crisis of 2007 was absolutely unexpected. But indeed, if we look closer into the issue, we do our reading and look through the internet, one might come to the conclusion that it was not so. In fact, a lot of discussions, conversations were held about the system going awry, and a correction was needed. Looking at the condition of families, the situation is quite similar. In our economic environment, at least for 60 years, we've been talking about a crisis of the family. The issue is that these two realities, these two issues are seen separately. That is, family is seen in detachment from the economy, and vice versa. That is, we look at the economy as unrelated to the issues concerning the family. This is why my foundation, Project PL, wants to combine the two. We believe that there is no strong economy without strong families. This is why this conference has been launched. Family responsive policies in the digital era. During this meeting, we are going to talk about the challenges posed by the digital era for the family, for the whole society, and for the economy. Ladies and gentlemen, many thanks to all those present in this hall, following us online, our viewers via Zoom and YouTube. And a big thank you to Minister Marlena Malong, who is here with us, the Minister of Family and Social Policy. Thank you for accepting our invitation and for your patronage of this event. Many thanks to Dubravka Šuica, Vice President of European Commission for Democracy and Demography. Thank you for joining us via a video recording. Unfortunately, she couldn't join us physically. She promised she would follow the conference and its outcomes. Many thanks to the representatives of the Polish government and the Polish Parliament. Thank you for being with us.
Guests, from universities all over the world. We have truly representatives from universities from different countries. I would like to thank representatives of public institutions and non-governmental organizations who are with us. I would like to thank entrepreneurs and managers who accepted the invitation. And I wish all of us a fruitful discussion in a truly familiar atmosphere. Szanowni Państwo, jeszcze raz dziękuję.
Ladies and gentlemen, once again, a big thank you to everybody. Let's have a fruitful discussion with a family-like atmosphere. Many thanks, Adam, for officially opening this conference. We have to mention that the issues of families are at the heart of the government that has been in power in Poland for a number of years. Family policies are one of the priorities of the government. 2 days ago, the representatives of the government presented the New Order program, political program for Poland. And family is at the heart of this program. Also, let us not forget that we are dealing with demography-related issues worldwide. They have been very obvious in the Western countries, but now they've become visible even in China. This concerns also Poland. Last year's demographic data were really concerning. We had the lowest negative numbers in demography since World War II, and this was connected with the lowest rate of births, also including the data from the start of the century. Last year was very particular, and the care about families and demography is definitely an important issue to the society. If we look at the topic of this conference, it's obvious that Poles work a lot and that their professional endeavors are an important issue to the Polish society. We work a lot, we work more than Koreans, Japanese, and Germans. We are among the top most working nations worldwide. Also, studies show that Poles are among the most work-stressed nations in the world. Now, the balance between the professional and private life, how can it be impacted by the policies implemented by the government? How can that be also impacted by decisions about starting a family and developing a family? How do actions taken by the government impact the situation and its improvement? Let me now hand over to Minister Marlena Maciąg, Minister of Family and Social Policy.
Szanowni Państwo, według sprawowania...
Ladies and gentlemen, as the Minister of Family and Social Policy, and on behalf of Mateusz Morawiecki, the Prime Minister, thank you for launching this conference. It is very important from our point of view to form a wide-ranging coalition for family policies, and this covers not only governmental actions, although that is key because that earmarks, that guarantees financing, but it's also about the local governments and about employers, and I'm sure that this coalition is going to grow. This is a very special time. Indeed, last year, ministers of family for the Visegrad Group took place. We talked about demography policies, and we mentioned also taking joint action as Central Eastern European countries. We want to stress the issues of family policies, family-responsive policies in Europe. We want to prepare a joint statement by way of guidance in terms of how to understand, how to see family-responsive policies in Europe so that Poland can stress also its strong stance. Also, the 15th of May, the International Family Day, and the launch of the Polish New Deal. Ladies and gentlemen, for 5 years, families have been at the heart of social life. we've been striving at turning the tendencies, the negative tendencies that took place before that. This was mentioned by Mateusz Morawiecki in his Sustainable Development Strategy. He talked about the demographic trap. This is not something that can be done in a single governmental term. No, this requires long-term work for a number of years. It has to be systematic, it has to be coherent, cohesive, and long-ranging. And this is what we've been working on for the last 5 years. And now let me refer to the topic of this conference and pick up on the issue of digital era. Mr. Bartosz Marczuk, back in 2015, 2016, introduced with his crew the program 500 Plus that was supposed to turn around the situation of Polish families in terms of their dignity, their material situation, financial standing, but also it was about turning a demographic tendency. And this is a good time to summarize and stress that 500 Plus did not work. That is not true at all. If it hadn't been for the neglect of the previous government by the Civic Platform and PSL during the 2 terms when nothing was done for the support of families, in late 2020, over 350,000 children were born, but also what we need to do is look at how many women were in birth-giving age. Comparing to 2003, there were many more of these, but the number of births was similar. Also, that was a breakthrough time looking at digitization, thanks to Bartosz Marczuk, Vice Minister, who was responsible for that digitalization program. It was a first time for parents to file applications via the internet. 2006 was 20% of digital online applications. Nowadays, they are over 80% online, filled out online. And our ambition is to have 100% of applications online for 500 plus funding. We want to have fully digitized operation done by the Social Security institution. This program introduced for the last 5 years, that is packages for children going to school, also applied for digitally. We are now completing the work on this program, and we want to have this also fully online, 100% done online by parents. A challenge for the years to come for the family responsive policies, a successful one, is the following. Well, it has to be based on listening to the needs of young Poles. We know very well from studies that young Poles want to start families, they want to have children. This means that we are the ones that should create conditions for that to happen. This means housing policies, tax policies, and guaranteeing support for children from age 1 to 3. Maluch Plus is a program that has been developed very strongly, started in the previous term, and it is going to be supported even further. So far, the budget was 450 million zlotys. For this program, 2 billion zlotys, 2.1 billion zlotys were devoted to the construction of new kindergartens, as well as subsidies for parents paying for kindergartens. We increased the rate of kindergarten use to 25%, and the following program that will be even stronger, standing at 1.5 billion per year, zlotys per year, will result in new kindergartens, but also additional subsidies for creche. Also, what we're working on is the childcare fund. Studies show that support is needed for parents between age 1 and 3. 80% is the rate of remuneration for childcare leave for parents, but we need support up till age 3. And this is where we foresee this childcare fund. And the details are being worked on. We are talking about 12,000 zlotys available for parents for their free use in that period. Also, we are going to be supported in this by digitization and swift implementation through online procedures. Also, what we have to pay attention to is we want to make it possible for Poles to work and combine family life with professional life. This means the need for creating conditions in the workplace. Remember that remote work has become the rule during COVID times, and now we are working on putting that in the labor code alongside other flexible forms of employment, so that both mom and dad can use these flexible possibilities to combine family life with professional life, because that balance is something we really, really need. We cannot strive for having Marxism tendencies exclusively, but also we want family trends, and we want to stress them. The Polish New Deal is a result of listening to the needs of Poles, and its aim is to create such conditions through not only family-responsive policies, but very widely speaking, this is something that pins together all kinds of policies whose goal is to strengthen Polish families and to return dignity to the Polish family. This is something that's been going on for the last 5 years. We are striving at returning families as the foundation of Poland, of the Polish nation. We need to care for families because they are our strongest asset and our national treasure. This is the way this government is headed, and this is something we're going to continue on. Once again, many thanks and congratulations to the organizers on behalf of Prime Minister Mateusz Morawiecki. I'm sure this is just a first conference in a series, and I'm sure this is going to be a factor in strengthening Polish families. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Marlena Maląg, responsible for family and social policy in the Polish government. She mentioned policies implemented in Poland on the background of EU policies, and we are about to hear from the European Commission about these issues. I think it's the right time to stress that the Polish policies, family-responsive policies for families, they are very well known worldwide. There's a lot of talk worldwide about the Polish model. We just heard about the Polish childcare fund capital, that is 12,000 zlotys for families, a new tool. And well, remember that family is the key element, formative element for every human being, and this is something that is stressed by the European Union, which prepared a special directive concerning work-life balance. How does Brussels support the construction of this kind of balance, and how do they work for the safety of children on the internet? Let's listen to Dubravka Szujca, Vice President of the EC for Democracy and Demography.
Thank you for the opportunity to address you today. Families form the core of our society. As the first ever European Commission Vice President for Demography and Democracy, this Commission attaches great importance to the demographic issues affecting people's lives, family life, the young and the older people. In my role, I focus on the whole life cycle, from the rights of children to those of older people. I am particularly interested in intergenerational solidarity and interaction. President von der Leyen said in her State of the Union address last year that she would push for, and I quote, the mutual recognition of family relations in the European Union. Your conference today underscores the fact that economy, family, and society are interdependent. A thriving family helps create a thriving economy. If we are serious about supporting families and ensuring the long-term viability of our economy, then it is essential to create a nurturing environment in which all kinds of families can thrive, no matter what their composition is, from single mothers to recomposed families. To be clear, family policy, including the definition of what a family is, remains a competence of member states. However, the Commission will continue supporting the well-being of families through a number of policies, and I will share some of them with you. Let's start with the issue of aging. I want to emphasize that aging brings both challenges and opportunities. In January, the Commission launched an European Union-wide discussion through the Green Paper on Aging. Following the input from the public consultation, we are considering possible policy responses so that the European Union can concretely support member states in their policy making. The Green Paper takes a life cycle approach. We look at how we lay the foundations for a full life in the early years and how we make the most of our working lives as adults. We look at issues such as health, care and pensions, active aging, and the capacity of social protection systems to deal with the growing needs of an aging population. We also look at intergenerational solidarity and responsibility, impacts on the labor market and the economy, and of course, education and skills. Families are key in this debate. Promoting healthy lifestyles and learning throughout our lives is key to a richer and fuller life. When it comes to learning life skills, the family is the unit that teaches us the most fundamental lessons. We must support an environment where families can serve as the foundation for learning. This feeds into citizenship skills. The fundamental values and virtues of citizenship are first nurtured in families. I see this as a place where democracy and demography come together. Across the European Union, families face similar difficulties in reconciling jobs with family life. The Work-Life Balance Directive aims at more flexible working arrangements and access to family leave and carers' leave. The Commission is working together with Member States to ensure a smooth transposition of this directive by the deadline of the 2nd of August 2022, so next year. Since COVID-19, home and work is often the same place. We must find the balance and not let work overtake family time in this new reality. Employers have a key role to play here. They can adopt family-responsive policies which have a positive effect on employee productivity, on commitment to positive development, and that reduce the desire to seek other employment. The European Commission is itself a significant employer and also provides funding to family-responsive measures in the workplace. Since 2018, the European Union Programme for Employment and Social Innovation has been supporting innovative projects in the area of work-life balance in the workplace with a budget of 4.2 million euros. The project involved companies, public and employment services staff, new mothers and fathers. The project also fostered knowledge and experience sharing between member states and employers. Families are composed of many generations. This is where my work on the Comprehensive European Strategy on the Rights of the Child, adopted on the 24th of March, comes into play. It is designed to embed the perspective of child rights in all European Union policy areas. The guiding principles of our strategy are inclusion, equality, and participation. One of the flagship actions is the adoption of an updated Better Internet for Kids strategy in 2022 to ensure that the rights of children are fully protected in the online world. An important aspect for supporting families is access to affordable and quality childcare. This is crucial for social inclusion and the educational development of children. Improving access to early childhood education and care for children from disadvantaged backgrounds is one of the cornerstones of the Commission's proposals for the Council recommendation on the European Child Guarantee, which is also adopted on 24th of March. At the European Commission, one of 4 priorities is to ensure that our policies include families, support them, and help them to thrive. This supports a thriving economy. I look forward to a continued collaboration on our policies with all member states, including Poland, to ensure that families can thrive both at home and in the workplace. I look forward to learning about the outcomes of today's discussions and wish you all a great day full of useful exchanges. Thank you.
Rozkwit rodziny to rozkwit gospodarczy, mówi wiceprzewodnicząca Komisji Europejskiej do spraw
What was
demokracji.
said by the Vice President of European Commission for Democracy and Demography. This is our intuitive knowledge, but this comes also from the economic research, and there is a strict relation between these two phenomena. Our intuition tells us that healthy family shapes the properties that are needed at work at the later stage, such as ability to cooperation, openness, open communication, diligence. So in the long-term perspective, the economy needs people who come from healthy, well-prospering families. So when it comes to the development, I would like to give floor to the Vice President of the Polish Development Fund, Mr. Bartosz Marczuk. The Polish Development Fund, this is the company that invests in the economic development in the long-term perspective, thinking about the state economy. So what should the family responsive policy be in this perspective? Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. As I wanted to discuss certain foundations today, let me say a few words about myself first. Because when we talk about foundations, you may think, why? This guy is talking about these fundamental things, and what is his experience? What is his background all about? So, since 20 years I've been dealing with the family policies. Briefly, I was the co-author of the first horizontal family program that was developed in 2006-2007 when the Law and Justice was at power at the first time. Poland was actually a special phenomenon back then. We did not actually have any tax incentives. I also, so we had to change it. I also worked in NGO supporting families, and since 2015 I became the Deputy Minister for the Family and Labor. Back then actually we changed in the ministry the name. Since then it's also the Ministry for the Families. So that's very important. So it was my great honor to implement 500+ program and the institutional care program. Today I'm the Vice President of the Polish Development Fund, which is the company supporting Polish economy. We're following the very important slogan. So investments for Poland. Investments for Poland. This is so the investment for Poland is also investment in the Polish family. So moving on to my presentation, I prepared on these 4 slides. So don't worry, it's not going to be a lengthy presentation. So let me start with certain foundations. So it is often the case that we move away from the values, the foundation actually, the core of where we are. That's why I like that much when Mateusz Morawiecki, the Prime Minister, while discussing certain solutions, or Jarosław Kaczyński, when they talk about certain policies, they start actually their messages talking about values. And if we forget about values, we won't be able to run the family responsive policy, social policy. So I'm representing here, which is, by the way, the outcome of my lengthy experience in the and studies that I carried out. We have to think of the 4 axiological values while talking about the family policies. First of all, empowerment. Family is the subject and not the object of the policy. It's the family for which we create the policy. Dignity, which is the second axiological anchor. And it's like the individual, the family has a certain dignity given by definition. Another axiological anchor is freedom. We say no to paternalism. It's not that official knows better or state knows better what is good for the family. In fact, the family actually knows, families know best. I remember while we implemented 500 plus, there were some voices saying, don't give them cash because they will waste it. Let's give them some kind of tokens so that they buy what we want them to buy. From the very beginning, I was saying, no, this is not bargain, it's just about families. Parents know best what their kids need. And value. Value is also important because we, stemming from the communist times, we thought there are so many people in Poland as in Russia. So the biggest actually value that we have in the state is the nation. These are the people who, in fact, build the state, and they are the biggest value of the state. When it comes to the community perspective, sometimes or even often we are confused with certain vectors. We don't know actually where the vectors come from and where they go to when we talk about certain triangle. Specifically in totalitarian regimes, and this experience we have, that was the state who was always actually deemed to be a superior institution. Whereas these vectors are actually reversed now. They come from the family towards the state, and at the very end actually they have to serve the state and the nation. And we have to understand, and we have to always remember and bear in mind all these interdependencies. So now moving on actually to the way we should take and think about the family policy. It should be like a strong table that is actually placed on 4 legs. So first of all, financial support for families, then second leg is about services for families, then labor market, and values and education. So where are we there in this table? As Madam Minister said, after this really fundamental change of 6 years work on the family policy, so what is the current perspective? Financial support for the families. It seems actually to be quite secure thing in Poland. Of course, on top of everything, we have to think about aspects mentioned by Madam Minister, the capital investments in actually career program for kids from 1 to 30 years of age, and this financial support is really secured here. When it comes to the second leg, the services for families, definitely we have to think and work stronger on that. Of course, there has been a huge progress made when it comes to the support for families who have to keep this work-life balance. Madam Minister mentioned the change on the parental leave. So in 2018, we had 84,000 places for kids, actually. Now we have 200,000. So basically, over 5 years, we created more than 100,000 new places. In this puzzle, we also have the accommodation systems, housing systems. I take it as a separate chapter when it comes to services, but definitely housing system is something that we should work for. Labor market, the third leg of this table, very important, not very intuitive, however, because when we look how many children are born in the world, we can see actually this positive relation between the vocational activity of women and the number of kids born. Of course, we have to take it from the specific perspective. We can't actually say that it's not the value that as such that a woman decides actually to stay at home to raise her kids. And last but not least, values and education. Of course, everything happens in our minds, in our hearts, and if we do not support a kind of a trend for the family, the fact that the family is a value, it's a foundation of everything, of course we will be able to do anything in terms of social and economic aspects, but supporting family, its durability, supporting marriages is the fundamental aspects of development of the state. It's a very significant thing. So what is the family responsive policy? Well, which one is really effective? So there is no one silver bullet that would actually help us to create effective family responsive policy. This policy must be adapted to the needs of a given country. Madam Commissioner mentioned that in terms of the family policy, this policy is actually a domain of the individual member states. And it's good because if we are going to impose some pan-European solutions, then in 27 member states of our community, European community, the solutions would not work because we have to remember about the culture, about the values, wealth, expectations of citizens. As Madam Minister mentioned, the family policies development takes years because a decision about having kids is actually a long-term decision. You can't do it without actually money, and we have to say openly. This is a great investment, the best possible investment in human capital. And I'm always surprised when people try to actually complain that we spend so many billions zlotys actually into families. There is no better way of spending money than actually spending them into kids. Let me remind you that out of 32 member states and Switzerland, 32 countries, including UK, 21 states, well, in 2016, Poland joined this family of countries. These 21 countries come up with certain financial incentives for families. So we cannot complain about actually lacking in this policy because it's there. Of course, the state has to cooperate with other entities, other stakeholders. The state cannot do much without cooperation with local governments, NGOs, church, some associations. Only through this cooperation, our policy may become effective. Please bear in mind about all these aspects. Family responsive policy brings results. As Madam Minister mentioned, the experience of this region like Hungary or Czech Republic, we can see that it is not the case that the family responsive policy is neutral. It brings positive results and it is really worth to spend money on that. Last but not least, digitalization. And the fact that we managed to implement 500+ program through online program actually. And just imagine 5 years ago, the first family responsive program implemented as a kind of pilot online program. And now in 2022, we say that the applications will be submitted only online. So it's a huge progress in terms of digitalization of these processes. I'm so glad to see that this 500+ program implemented on the 1st of April 2016 gave a stimulus actually to develop the state and digitalization. Let me remind you that the banks provided identity. We started with the universal trusted profile, which now actually 11 million people have, and thanks to these profiles citizens can actually solve all the problems through internet, online. And back in 2015, actually, to get money, to get benefits for childbirth, actually, you had to bring a number of papers. Now everything can be done through digital channels. So thank you very much. Thank you for listening to my presentation. And I'm so glad that we bring together the family policy and digitalization aspects, as this is a very important, significant element of the whole process. Thank you so much.
Bardzo. Mr.
Thank you ever so much.
And family must be a focal point for the state. But people are also very important for companies, and now we will move a bit from macro scale to micro scale. Employers around the world gradually realize the importance of work life or work-family balance, not only for employees, but also for themselves, for their companies. The awareness of this link is also growing in Poland, and our next guest is the culture expert and philosopher, professor of Adam Mickiewicz University in Poland, in Poznań, the head of Family and Society Knowledge Institute, Professor Michał Michalski. And Professor Michalski will now present the general findings of a brand new report on pro-family solutions in the private sector in Poland. This report has not been published yet, so we will just hear the main points. The floor is yours.
Ladies and gentlemen, Ms. Minister, Mrs. Prime Minister, and Mr. President of Project PL Foundation, Mr. Minister Marczuk, all the guests, it's my great pleasure to welcome you and be the part of this interesting and I think very useful and I hope very profitable project for Polish families and Polish companies, because I believe that entering this research and doing research in this really important part of our social life, which was underlined by the representative of European Union and also by Minister Marczuk, that labor market and companies are one of the most important places where family policies may be developed, supported, and made complete, I would say. So my goal here is to give you an oversight of the research that we have done with the team organized by Project PL Foundation, and I will use the presentation to show you the most important points of the findings, and as the our host mentioned, these results will be published in the report, which will be published in June. So we called the project Family Responsive Policies in Private Companies in Poland. So we are talking about not about all the companies in Poland, but we are talking about the private companies and the situation of family responsive policies there. The outline of my presentation is here. In the first place, I would like to give some short overview of the role of family for economy and for socioeconomic development in general. The heart of the presentation will be the results of the project, and in the end I will sum up with some recommendations that our team is offering on the basis of the accomplished project. So first point, economy and business start in the family. It may seem strange, but I think the awareness about this influence of family on the whole development of society and economies is growing, and I think that current Polish family policy is one of the best examples that this awareness is growing. So we are, I'm really happy to say that I think we are also in a different place from the point of view of our imagination, social imagination, than we were like 10 or 5 years ago, we could say. So to shortly list the importance of the family for economy and business, we could start from number 1, which is the role of family in providing social, biological, economic reproduction of society, which means that if the families stop working, let's say, the society starts shrinking. Second point is that family ensures intergenerational continuity and social cohesion. Third point is that families are the main economic units, which means that on a regular basis, day by day, in homes, in households, there is a lot of production of goods and services done, which is mostly, when it comes to economic measures like GDP, it's still not often taken into account as the really important part of national product. And at the same time, a lot of businesses, a lot of companies are founded or really start from the family, which means that a lot of firms, when we would trace back their history, we would see that there was the family which on one day decided, let's found a shop, let's found a workshop, let's build a factory, and so on. Number 4, family is the transmission of economic culture, which means that the workers, the prepared workers, the skilled workers do not appear from nowhere. They are born, raised in the families. So fortunately, this has been, especially in economics and in sociology, formulated in the form of 2 popular theories which we know pretty well these days, the theory of human capital and theory of social capital. So family is the main source of these capitals. And point 6, family is the interface that connects, and this is this, let's say, digital, not only, of course, but interface comes from digital language. Family is an interface that connects and introduces individuals into wider social structures, which means that society regularly benefits from the functioning of families. Key findings of our study are presented here on 2 slides, and this will be some kind of short outlook on what we have found. And this will be at the same time some, let's say, a postcard of the Polish companies in the perspective of family responsive policies. And after these key findings, I will present some more detailed rankings of showing which solutions are most popular and what are the interactions between different factors. So first of all, we should say that the most of the popular family responsive policies are at most present on average in 2/3 of Polish companies. So there is no solution or policy which would be present in all of the companies. Next point, and this is, I think, especially interesting and important to say in the context of digitalization and current pandemic time, that the level of implementation of remote work is not present in 2/3 of companies, and this may be surprisingly low, since we hear almost, I think, every day or experience every day that most of us are to some extent engaged in this kind of work. Next point, more than 70% of companies do not communicate externally that they offer family responsive policies. Another thing is that we call a kind of interesting paradox, that at the same time the family responsive policy, which is one of the policies, which is additional protection of parents returning from maternity, parental or childcare leave, is number 10 on the list of 22 of all policies. But at the same time, when we ask entrepreneurs, they say, according to them, it's second of the most attractive of the solutions that is used. We'll try to look closer and explain such paradoxes in our report. The level of conviction of entrepreneurs themselves in family-responsive solutions seems to be puzzling. This is another paradox here. We ask the question, to what extent would you recommend family-sized solutions, family-responsive solutions used in your company to other entrepreneurs? And the average result we have received was almost 4.5, which means that do they really recommend, or are they really sure to recommend, or maybe there's something that should be explored a bit deeper. A more thorough examination is also required in case of a level of investment in family-responsive solutions. The results so far show that the picture is not really positive or encouraging. Most of the companies do not exceed 3% of the annual budget when it comes to the financing the family-responsive policies. And in 42% of companies, no funds are transferred to family-responsive policies. And last key finding here is that one of our conclusions that we will also explore is that it's most likely that it's not the number of solutions implemented in the company, but it's their effectiveness and perception from the side of the employees that have greater impact on the satisfaction of employees, and finally on their decision if they want to stay after they go back from the parental maternity or childcare leave. And now I will try to look closer at some of the aspects we mentioned. Our research team combined members from Project Pell Foundation, from Krakow, Warsaw, also our institute of our foundation, Institute for Family and Society Studies, and we started working in February. And one of the interesting things about our work is, and it's connected with the topic of the conference, today is the first time that we have met in person. Yes, we started our cooperation online, and we just met in person today, which I'm pretty happy about. So our survey was done on the basis of computer-assisted telephone interview method. We used a questionnaire which was created by us. We engaged professional research agency to organize all the interviews, and we have reached 253 companies, and people who participated in interviews were managers, the presidents, directors, sometimes heads of human resources departments, and sometimes these were also main accountants. And what did we ask about? This is the whole catalog of the family responsive policies. Of course, I'm not going to read all of them. We had the list of 22 family responsive policies, which was created on the basis of literature studies and our surveys on the information, what is in use, what is implemented in companies in other countries that are, we could say, more advanced in terms of family responsive policies in companies. Now, a closer look at the top 3 of the family responsive solutions that were indicated in our survey. First, number one is the influence that the employees have on decisions about overtime. So it means that the overtime is the possibility that the employee may choose or influence. So this was indicated as a number one policy. Second is additional paternity leave, which is, I think, in all this aspect of also remote work at home, when both parents pretty often are engaged in working and taking care of children at the same time. I think it's pretty optimistic to hear and to see that this paternity leave was indicated as a second popular solution. And third most popular solution was possibility of part-time employment while maintaining proportionate full-time working conditions. It's also, I think, in terms of the demographic line of our discussion today and introduction, is also, I think, important because so far we see in Poland that a lot of discussions and a lot of work is done to reformulate or rebuild the possibilities of part-time working, especially in context of presence of women in the labor market. What's interesting also, when we look at these top three solutions, each of these solutions was indicated in at least 50% of the companies that we surveyed, and none of the presented activities were implemented in more than 2/3 of companies, which was also said before. Now we will look at the list of the top 10 just to look at a bit more closer what are the top 10 solutions that Polish Polish entrepreneurs and employers indicate as most popular. So this 1 and 2 and 3, this is what we have just discussed. Number 4 is holiday gifts for employees' children, and on the right, in the right column, we have the percentage of popularity. It's present in almost 40% of companies. Number 5 is partial remote working on employee demand, which is pretty close, 39%. Number 6 is flexible working time, which is present in almost 38% of Polish companies. Number 7 is remote working, which is present in 36% of companies. Number 8 is individual schedule planning, 35%. Number 9, task-based working time, 30%. And number 10, this kind of security for persons returning from maternity, parental, and childcare leaves. When we ask the question, what are the factors that may influence that the number of solutions appear or are implemented in the companies, we could say that the bigger the company, certainly the bigger number and the bigger popularity of family responsive policies, the darker the green color is, the bigger the percentages. So this is some indication how to read these colors. And at the same time, not only the size of the company is influencing the popularity of family responsive policies, but also the size of headquarters location, which means that in cities from 10 to 100,000 inhabitants, we see one of the highest numbers, and as we see that those deepest green colors are when we have the cities from 10,000 up to cities bigger than 500,000 inhabitants. So as we said, this data, this detailed information will be available in the report. So let me please now continue and go forward to one of the solutions that we used. We grouped the solutions according to factor analysis, and what we have found, and this will be also visible here on the next slide, so let me go there, that the most popular group of the family responsive solutions in Polish companies is the group at the bottom. This orange one is the concern for young parents. So the group of the solutions that we called the concern for young parents seems to be most popular. It's, as you see, almost 45%. The second most popular group of solutions is organization of working time. It's almost 40%. The third most popular group is the group we call promoting families, and it's 27%. And least popular, the last one, last group is employee child-oriented policies. As we now slowly go to the conclusion, I will just stop at one interesting paradox, and this is the explanation of the things that we said, that not the number, the bigger the number of the solutions, the better. It's not truth. Yes, it's rather that we should, and this is this issue of the context. I would say that in similar way as parents know best what solutions, how to use the money they get for children, I would say in similar manner, employers should be those who know best which family responsive policies would be effective and should be or could be implemented in their company. So this is this issue of the fact that the share of workers returning after the leave for more than 3 months is positively connected with this company's family responsive solutions and the higher number of employees in company, the higher the share of workers returning. So as I see that there is slowly, that our time slowly is going to the end, so let me go forth to the recommendations. This is the slide depicting the fact of this external communication, which is pretty low, and it's pretty interesting. Why is that? We are going to explain it wider in our report. We will also support the findings with the review of the literature, economic literature, which shows pretty well that family responsive policies are good for employees, for their families, and good for companies, good for entrepreneurs, and good for economy. So this is the whole list of the resources that show how responsive family responsive policies are good for economy and policy and social policy. And now let me stop, and this will be the last point of our presentations, the recommendations, which we believe are important, and we believe that this is the final benefit that our project is offering. So first of all, recognizing the role of enterprises as an important area in terms of family policy and demographic policy is one of the key issues, and it was also discussed before here, because we believe that no family policies will be effective if it will not also engage and be implemented in the area of companies. Our second recommendation is that the perception of family responsive solutions in companies as tools to strengthen and rebuild the potential of enterprises after the COVID-19 pandemic. What does it mean? We see and believe, and this was also formulated by one of the international associations of family organizations, that family policy should be seen in terms of overcoming the crisis of pandemia, of coronavirus pandemia, yes. Our third recommendation is that it would be useful and important that social campaigns are organized to promote family responsive solutions in companies, and at the same time building public awareness about this issue. And this is we would say, macro recommendations. The second part of our recommendations, these 3 yellow recommendations, concentrate on some of the family responsive solutions. First one is connected with access to voluntary working time reduction solutions, which should be discussed, and solutions from this area should be also improved and made accessible. Second, yellow, let's say, recommendation: development of internal tools in companies to protect returnees from parental leave. The third recommendation, third yellow, promoting paternity leave as an important tool for family integration, increasing solidarity and involvement of both parents in family life. And finally, 2 last recommendations, which go, I would say, in the long term to support this area. First one, developing research in this area, and we believe that necessary supplementation of our research would be following the project, which would ask employees and see what are their needs, preferences, and opinions about the family responsive policies in Polish companies. And the last recommendation is that certification programs for family responsive companies and grants for entrepreneurs who are interested in developing and implementing family responsive solutions should be organized and organized for us. Thank you very much for your attention. And in the end, I think last thing that I would say, I welcome all of you to our report, which will be published in a few weeks, and thank you very much for the chance and occasion to give this presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Workers do not appear from nowhere, says Professor Michał Michalski. And soon I will ask practitioners whether they can say that this work-family policy really gives benefits to their companies. And now it's time to break. We will meet in 10 minutes for the discussion. Thank you. Welcome back. Now we will start our discussion. The first topic is work-family solution in the workplace from the business perspective. And our first introductory lecture will be given by Dr. Rosario Esteino. She's a professor and researcher at the Center of Research and Higher Studies in Social Anthropology and member of Mexican Academy of Science. I have already spoken to a professor, and as far as I know, she will argue that employers have an important role to play as creators of relational goods. And those relational goods are defined as relationships which take the form of approval, solidarity, friendship, trust, and so on. They make a society stronger, more vigorous, and create well-being of individuals, but also are beneficial for employers. Dr. Rosario Esteino.
Yes. Well, good morning. I'm very happy to be here with you, and thank you for the invitation to the organizers, to Project PEL. I am glad to join in this conference and to listen to the previous presentations and share with the other presenters some thoughts about relational goods and how to build family responsive policies in the digital area. So today I'm going to talk about some ideas about building relational goods in the digital area, family responsive policies in the workplace. Increasingly widespread concern in the business world is how to develop entrepreneurship, business, and production of goods while contributing to solving some urgent problems of our societies, such as poverty, inequality, insecurity, personal dissatisfaction, social isolation, and disillusionment regarding many institutions. Corporations and businesses increasingly embraced an active role as entities with a social responsibility for social development and well-being. Therefore, when the leaders of a company or corporation must choose rational models of action, it's not enough to decide by considering only the optimization of resources and material assets at their disposal that can benefit both the company and its employees. It's in making their decisions, they must also consider the employees' perspectives. In their jobs, workers seek not only an income or material goods, but also what has been called relational goods. Next, what are relational goods? They are neither material things, ideas, nor functional benefits. They are relationships. Some forms they take are approval, solidarity, friendship, trust, or fulfill a duty. But not all relationships are relational goods. Some elements are required and distinguish them from other types. They must be produced, consumed, and enjoyed together, not in isolation. The more consumed, the more payoffs there are for those involved. The participants recognize the relationship, the other person matters. Reciprocity orients behaviors, and the situation between participants is more symmetric, and their motivation is not instrumental. And they are produced over time. They develop a history. Next. One crucial element is that participants consider the situation, preferences, values, and norms of the people involved. Relational goods facilitate prosocial behaviors and attitudes. They have spillovers effects in other relational and personal spheres. They introduce elements to make a society more robust and lead to subjective well-being. Next. How relational goods are produced? Based on the criterion of interdependence, its production can be classified considering two dimensions. One is direct or indirect, and the second is consumption or instrumental. Its direct production occurs in primary groups, such as the family, which are face-to-face relationships. Families may be rich in many ways in relational goods. In the indirect production, contact and interaction are more mediated by written or digital media, and therefore their production is more complex. Building and reinforcing the membership of participants often requires the internalization of values and norms. Examples of these goods are a company that seeks to establish a serene and collaborative climate, a group of families in difficulties willing to support each other, or an internet site that receives and gives valuable information to a group of people interested in that service. Next. In the second dimension, consumption goods are produced when they depend only upon performing an action. For example, someone gives a turkey to a person to vote. If she consumes it so that her friends will give her their approval, a relational good is created. with them. If she votes just to get the turkey, then the relational good is not produced. On the other hand, relational goods produced on the instrumental axis depend on their value when a public outcome or end is obtained. They are relational because the value to an individual depends upon the actions of self and others. The relational portion of the benefit refers not to power and influence, but to the actor's share of enhanced identity. Many relational goods are consumption goods, selective incentives, and can be linked to instrumental ends by leaders, for example, corporations. Therefore, corporations potentially may produce relational goods by indirect action. Next, considering the previous understandings about relational goods, we can now see some ideas about what do we know about family relationships to address the production of relational goods. We will see some such as living arrangements, gender inequality, family life balance, and subjective well-being. Next. We can see that the prevailing type in OECD countries is couple arrangements. 2 out of 3 of these families are without children, and 1 in 3 with dependent children. Most children live with both parents. Single families are less common. There are 1 or 2 out of 10 in OECD countries. They increase in number as children age to adolescence. In Poland, 1 out of 10 are single families. Therefore, most children and adolescents live less in single families than OECD countries. Regarding poverty, in OECD countries, children living in 2-parent families are less likely to live in poverty by income. In Poland, they are more likely. But in OECD countries, 1 out of 3 single families with children live in poverty. In Poland, this is much less common. Considering the proportions of couple or single families living in poverty, Polish children in couple families are more likely to face poverty by income. Next. When we consider the mother's level of education, we find that in most OECD countries, children are more likely to live in 2-parent families with mothers having medium or high education. When mother's education is low, they are more likely to live in single-parent families. Polish children are in a more favorable situation. They are more likely to have mothers with high education, which happens in couple families. Regarding family dissolution, we found that in OECD countries, divorce is more common after 20 years of marriage, and it ranges from 1 out of 4 to 1 out of 3. It is also common, about 1 out of 4, when the marriage lasts between 5 to 9 years, including Poland. 6 out of 10 divorces occur also when there are dependent children. It is highest when there is 1 child. Next. In this slide, in this table, I want to highlight 2 points. First, there are much more couples working full time. It's about 53%, and a greater proportion of those where 1 member works and the other doesn't. That's compared with OECD countries. And second, there is also a very few proportion of 1.5 worker families in Poland. This means that in Poland, most families are either double earner or 1 earner families compared to OECD countries. Next. Regarding gender inequality and family life balance, the institutions governing family engender the most universal and intractable issues in general of women's discrimination and inequality. The OECD Development Center's Social, Institution, and Gender Index has pointed out that the global index in this area is 44%. Social norms governing gender roles in the family still view caring and domestic responsibilities as female obligation, preventing men's involvement and stigmatizing working mothers. Half of the population, 1/3 in Europe, declare one half of the global population, 1/3 in Europe, declare that they think children with working mothers will suffer. Standard gender and family-sensitive policies have failed to eradicate laws, social norms, and practices perpetuating mothers' subordinate status and low decision-making in families.
Professor Seino, I am sorry for this time discipline. We have up to 5 minutes. Sorry for that.
Yes. Focus on families, more on individual shortcomings and challenges, not on relationships. And there are challenges also about data. Next. We will see now the weekly hours for employed women and men. As you see, there is more women in Poland work long hours and much more than European in OECD countries, and they work regardless of the age of the children. Next, about subjective well-being, life satisfaction is an indicator relevant to different life domains. And life satisfaction average among people aged 15 and more is relative, it's about 6.6, it was in 2015, and in Poland was a little bit lower. The gap between women and men is low, and it's slightly higher for women. Next. But one important aspect is life satisfaction related to satisfaction in work-life balance, and this shows interesting outcomes. Life satisfaction is higher when there is high work-life family satisfaction. However, the satisfaction levels are high. Next. And now we will see some family-friendly workplace practices. Next. Workplace practices are key determinants of reconciling work and family life. Flexibility in working time arrangements, such as teleworking, working at home, or working a full-time working week at non-standard hours. In OECD countries, 87% of companies provided some employees with some flexible working time arrangements. Next. In this line, we can see the ability of employees to set working time arrangements. And the most important result is that for most OECD employees, it prevails time set by companies. In Poland, this is higher. Next, women have more flexibility in adapting working hours within certain limits, but not Polish women. In this table, we can see the proportion of employees working from home in the last 12 months. And the outstanding result is that most workers never worked home. Next. So we can synthesize or summarize the previous information by as follows. Most mothers in Poland are full-time workers compared to mothers in OECD countries. Most of them have medium or high education levels and form full-time dual earner families. They work longer hours regardless of the age of their children. They do not have access to flexible work schedules at the workplace and nor work from home. They spend twice as much time performing unpaid work, and three more times in care work. compared to their partners. In addition, their level of dissatisfaction with their work-life balance is high. Therefore, despite their achievements overall, they are in clear disadvantage regarding men. We need to produce more reciprocal and solidary conditions in the family and in the workplace. And most of all, it is urgent that we work on changing the foundations of social norms and values that regulate getting approval, trust, and fulfilling duties at home and at work. Next. Well, these are some of the, you saw some of the proposals that became important points to be considered when implementing family responsive policies in the private sector. And the final thing is to guarantee family-friendly working conditions to allow men and women balance working hours and caring responsibilities, flexible work, and improve or teleworking, and improve parental leave schemes supported by digital technologies. Next, thank you very much.
Thank you. Lots of data and an interesting term of relational goods. Thank you, Professor Esteinur. What exactly can companies do to support families? Which measures are the most effective when it comes to work-family balance politics? Professor Bahira Trask from the University of Delaware, who leads the Human Development and Family Studies, will underline how close are family well-being and business success, and also explain why the key issue is focusing on gender equality issues. The title of this presentation is Evidence-Based Work-Family Policies that are Proven to be Effective.
Good morning. Thank you so much for inviting me. And it was a pleasure just now to hear Dr. Esteinur's presentation. I think our presentations will go together very well. So I'm going to be talking about some evidence-based work-family policies, but in a sort of larger perspective. So I want to start out and say that, you know, even though we know work-family issues are important, I think until the pandemic, many people, many businesses, many governments, they saw this as a private issue. This is something it needs to be resolved on an individual case-by-case basis. But the pandemic has highlighted that the work-family intersection is global, and everybody, depending, you know, everybody, doesn't matter what their job is, everybody has had to deal with this intersection in many different ways. Our policies and many of our workplaces are structured on a very specific model of families. It is an old model, and the model is that the man is the economic provider, and that fundamentally the woman in the family, if they are married, she relies on her husband's earnings. And it's an exchange relationship. The woman gets financial security, and the man is in charge of the home and childcare. Even though we know that today, you know, many couples do not, or most couples do not live like this anymore. This is the underlying idea. For example, when you look at how schools are structured, the time that children are in school in many places in the world does not correspond at all to the way workplaces are structured. So someone has to be at home when the children come home for lunch, snacks, etc. This fundamental idea is juxtaposed with major ideological changes in how, for example, we see the roles of women and men, how those have changed. We talk a lot about women, but I'm also in this presentation going to talk about men, because, for example, women are expected in many situations now to work, but the men are expected to help at home as well. And there are many studies that in particular young men feel very stressed because they have to be the main economic provider, and yet there is a very high expectation of what they are supposed to do at home. Businesses have to respond to all of this. So businesses are in some ways caught in the middle because businesses have other problems they are dealing with, including automation, outsourcing, and not just, we tend to think of outsourcing with manufacturing, but increasingly there are other types of jobs that can be outsourced, certain types of medical care, certain legal practices, they can be done by people who are, halfway around the world. So, and there's market forces and pressure for profits, and now you have the pandemic on top of this. So you have many different forces all pushing, in a certain direction or in multiple directions. As Dr. Estineau pointed out, we also have a lot of changing demographics. So families, for the most part, don't necessarily look like this traditional family I was just describing. We have an increase in single parenting through divorce. People are separated, and we have cohabitation, and also people having babies in cohabiting relationships. So we have multiple scenarios. Another issue facing pretty much all populations, except for in sub-Saharan Africa, is the growth of the elderly population and what the implications for families, the government, and businesses. Who is going to help care for fragile elders, and what are the roles of elders in our society? Also, globally, we have a rise of women in the paid labor force. And what's happened with that is, on the one hand, women have new opportunities. On the other hand, the issue of care, but not just care for children, care also for terminally ill family members, and care for the elderly is growing around the world. And as I just said, this is an issue for men also, because the expectations on men have gone up. In the past, a good husband was one who went out and he brought home a good paycheck and was relatively easy to live with. The expectations are different today in terms of the contributions outside of the family and inside of the family. All of this is tied into globalization and sort of larger forces that are pushing us in a very different direction. Part of this has the implication of globalization is that families actually have less control over their destiny. Many families are very vulnerable to the economic and social forces around them. And so their ability to make decisions about what will be best for the family has actually decreased. And I think this is something we don't talk enough about, because it is in families that we make decisions. We make decisions about who is going to go to work, who is going to take care of the tasks. Every family has tasks, domestic tasks, leisure tasks, all of that. And it all happens within the sphere of the family. And then we have the intersection of business, the government, and family wishes. So there's a push and pull that is going on here. The United Nations Sustainable Development Goals have turned the attention globally to social issues. This has been a positive development because around the world there is a greater focus on women and gender equality. But simultaneously, as we've emphasized the well-being of women, we have actually obscured the well-being of families, especially in Western contexts. And I encounter this all the time. People say families don't matter as much anymore. We just need to focus on the individual. But this, in my opinion, is completely wrong. So a common problem now for people around the world and across all social economic classes is work-family conflict. So for poorer people, they may be struggling with not enough income, working shift jobs, bad hours, weekends, this sort of thing. But for wealthy people also, work-family is a big issue because those are people, they are expected to be quote unquote on all the time through the various technological devices. So this creates stress in both women and men who are working inside the home, outside of the home, and it has mental and physical repercussions. There are many studies that show, work-family conflict affects sleep, it creates anxiety, people become depressed and they burn out. I keep reading about young people who want to retire at 35, and I keep thinking this was not even a concept when I was growing up. So, and this is related to work-family conflict. So Dr. Estineau mentioned this, that, women are working on the paid labor force, but they continue to bear most of the home responsibilities. And COVID has been very interesting, or it's been very disappointing, because what we have seen is that even in families where they see themselves as quote unquote more egalitarian, more equal, during the pandemic, women around the world have fallen back into traditional gender roles. In the United States in September, I believe 866,000 women dropped out of the paid labor force because of their caring responsibilities at home. A recent study just came out, showed that in OECD countries, women spend at least 2 more hours on unpaid domestic work. And this is particularly true for women who work in what is called precarious employment. So jobs that are not necessarily regular jobs with benefits and this sort of thing. So also I want to point out that women work in care-related sectors. So for example, when you look at who works in schools and kindergartens and preschools, it is primarily women. And also women work as domestic workers. So women are doing care at home, but they are also, many women are doing care as their jobs. And this results in less pay all around. Also, this affects family formation. So people are waiting to create families because they don't have enough money to create new families. It takes money to get married, have children, this sort of thing. And also, once they marry, even if they start out equal, once children arrive, there is a tendency to go into traditional gender roles. So an issue that has been studied repeatedly is, and particularly in OECD countries, that gender matters at work also. So many employers, even today, they are worried about hiring women and particularly about training and promoting women, because women are perceived as potentially being less committed. And so there is a sort of vicious cycle that is going on here. Also, men often are reluctant to use family-focused policies. So they don't like to take paid leave unless it is mandated. And we've seen in some of the European countries, I know in Germany, for example, they now, if you want to use all of the leave after a birth of a child, the man also has to take some leave so that the family gets the full leave. And that actually is now working. But men are reluctant to take leave in general because they are worried that they will be perceived as less committed to their job. So we're back to this idea about the man as the economic provider. So we are dealing with some sort of larger global work-family issues. The main one is, what is the role of paid work in relation to family life? And what is the role of states and businesses in people's private lives? And what do we do about cultural, regional, and social class differences? Not everybody has the same situation. So I recently just saw a very interesting survey of the 28 EU countries. Poland was included in this study. And they found that the intensity of work-family conflict is high in Europe, and it's not very different between countries. It's very, very similar. And Poland is also, men and women have high degrees of work-family conflict, and it is almost equal in Poland for both of them. The other thing that this study found is that the arrangements created by the workplace, by businesses, actually help to lessen work-family conflict, much more so than policies that are created by governments. And we're going to look at what some of those are. Now, I just want to point out that most of the research comes from the United States and then from Western countries, especially Nordic countries. I think this is a little bit problematic because different places have different situations. So we're talking about specific cultural contexts, and we are trying to take those policies and apply them in other places. So I just want to say this for the record. The second issue from my perspective is that almost all the research, all the policies on working families focuses on families with young children. And yes, this is complicated, but people have other caretaking responsibilities when somebody is terminally ill in the family, or if you're taking care of an elderly person, this sort of thing. And it's not just a women's issue. Men are involved in all of this as well.
Professor Trask, I'm extremely sorry. We have 5 minutes left.
Okay, that's fine. It's not a problem. Thank you. So I'm not going to talk much about this because others have mentioned, but the main policy that helps from businesses is flexibility, flexible scheduling, having control. There's a lot of research coming out of Sweden about work-family issues. And for example, in Sweden, 90% of working mothers reported no role conflict. So let's look at what some of their policies are. One is flexibility, but they do many other things as well. For example, they rotate jobs, including rotating managerial jobs, so that it's not just one person's responsibility. Also, a very important one is measuring productivity by performance rather than work hours. This, especially during the pandemic, this is a policy that now other major businesses have adopted. And this is working quite well because it allows people to do their work when they can do their work, but they're not being measured that they are in front of their computer from 9 to 5. So they can do their work from 5 to midnight, and instead they are judged on their results. So also facilitating part-time work and job sharing is a policy that seems to really help managers and business also. There's a lot now coming out of the United States, including compressed work weeks, on-site childcare, after school and summer programs. We always look at young children, but I can tell you as the mother of middle school children, it is very complicated what you do with your children, even when they are older, because you have to do something with them. You don't want to just leave them at home playing on YouTube all day. Also on-site wellness programs. So I just talked about this, but I wanted to point out there was a big study, it just came out of Google, and that by looking at productivity instead of time management, it increased worker productivity, it decreased turnover, and less absenteeism. This works well for businesses because the businesses get a competitive advantage if they are known as a work-family friendly company. They have a larger pool of people to select from, and it gives both women and men a menu of choices because we all have different situations. So the same policies may not work for all of us. So another thing I want to very much highlight is that we shouldn't look at employees and employers as against each other. Instead, they need to be working together. They are not in opposition. They should be working towards each other's best interest together. Also, we need to focus on people who are less educated and work in lower income jobs because they are the ones who often have the least access to family-friendly policies, and also cultural and regional differences matter. If you are in a big city versus a small town, this sort of thing. Also, we need to work with other systems in the society. We need to look at our schools and how the timing of schools are structured, healthcare providers, elder care programs. We need to redesign the services so that they are family friendly and also benefit businesses. This ultimately doesn't just benefit individuals, but it makes nations globally competitive. And again, I just saw an interesting report, competitiveness report for Poland from 2019. So I just want to end by saying that, empirical research shows us that when you change the work conditions and workplace policies, this does much more for individuals and families than anything else. Also, we need to always keep gender equality in mind so that the burden is not unfairly borne by women in families. And businesses need to have a family-centric approach, not just an individual approach. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor Trask, for this very interesting and lively presentation. Professor Trask says that employers and employees should work together, should cooperate. But at the same time, she says that often we meet a situation in which work and family are in conflict. So soon we will speak about this. We will speak about this problem. We will discuss this problem. We have an hour left in this panel, and quite a number of panelists. First of all, let me introduce participants who are physically here in the room. Apart from Adam Zich and Professor Michał Michalski, it's Jadwiga Emilewicz, who is former Deputy Prime Minister, Barbara Socha, who is Undersecretary of State at the Ministry of Family and Social Policy, and Ignacio Socias, Director of Communication and International Relations at the IFFD, which stands for International Federation of Family Development. Does anyone of you want to comment on those lectures we have just heard? Mr. Socias.
Thank you. Can you hear me? Well, I want to thank Professor Esteniu and Professor Trask also, because I think they have designed very well the situation. Can you hear me or not? I see some. Okay. So I want to stress that we are living new times. This is a new situation, as they have described very well. So we need to allow space for imagination to redesign new rules of this flexibility of the labor market. Because this is the point. We need to redesign the labor market, redesign the workplace, as this project we're collaborating with in UNICEF has made very, very, very clear. And for that, we need to think that there are new dimensions, new trends. It's not only to mitigate this triple burden of women when they want to, or they need, or society expects them to be mothers, to do the housework, and to work as if they were men. Not only that, which is already a lot, but also keep in mind, and we can see it now very clearly with the pandemic, the role of new technologies. Also, all this demographic situation that we need to face. Also, probably the trend to urbanization and migration, more on a global dimension. And even the climate change, which is having a lot of indications for how we work today, how we organize, for instance, public transportation, etc. All these are factors we need to keep in mind, and we need to think about them, knowing that we're not just sort of saying, well, this is a small adjustment. No, I think we need to think big and to have a big imagination. Knowing, and this is my last point, that people want to have a family, want to have children. I hope that the OECD updates their service on this point, but the last one says, for instance, that in Poland, people want to have 2.4 children as average. But the fact is they only have 1.4, so there is one left. I think we are failing as a society, and employers, and the labor market is also failing as, in doing their job, to say, well, why shouldn't we respect a right that is recognized in the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, Article 16, the right to form a family and to have children. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Socias. Now we will hear to some words from Mr. Vincenzo Bassi, who is the president of the Federation of Catholic Family Associations in Europe. Mr. Bassi.
Thank you very much indeed for this invitation. I have to be sincere, I remained very impressed by all the speakers, all the speeches. I had the chance, the privilege of hearing. Preliminary, I think that as Mr. Socias said, we are living in a change of epoch. And this is very important. We were unlucky because we are still living this pandemic time. But on the other side, I think that we have also the chance to understand better which type of change we should live in the future. For example, during this pandemic time, from my perspective, which is the perspective of the president of the European Federation, is that more than the lack of money and the loss of job, the biggest sickness for the families has been and is the loneliness. The loneliness is really the worst sickness, and we should, in this way, we should try to solve and to care the loneliness. The goal of all these family responsive policies must be this: try to help the family to be part of a community. This is very important, because it's not just a question of material support, which is of course important. It's also another kind of support, which is more aimed at finding the sense of the engagement into the enterprise. For this reason, I want just to bring you the experience I could see as Italian, as European. For example, I think that the enterprise, and now I am really speaking with Professor Michał Michalski, who I appreciate very much, as I said before. For example, I think that the enterprise policy, family responsive policies, should be addressed not only to the work, the employee and his family. Of course, this is important, but I think that we should address this policy also to the community. When I speak about the community, I don't say just the families of the employees, but also the village, the cities, because in this way, the employees do not feel alone, and they appreciate also to have a very good standard living outside the enterprise. And if I look, for example, at the Italian experience of Olivetti, who was a very intuitive, very creative entrepreneurs, Italian entrepreneurs after the Second World War, and it was essential, his enterprise and Ivrea, the city where the enterprise was located, were the same thing, and everybody was proud to be from Ivrea. Even they did not work by Olivetti, but they could appreciate all the efforts of this enterprise. The same is for Ferrero, the same is for Barilla. I mean, we have many experiences where the enterprise represents the common good of a community. And when I speak about the community, of course, I speak about the family of families. And I want to stress this point because I think it could be useful also if you want to integrate your wonderful job. Maybe it could be useful also to try to study in depth more also the relations between the families and the communities with the help of the enterprise. So, as I said, thank you very much for your invitation, and I liked also very much what Mr. Marcin said this morning. Family is a subject and not an object of policies. The family is the hub of every social and economical policy, and the starting of welcoming and every new life. The role of the state should be limited to removing, first of all, to removing the obstacles to exercise of freedom linked to the parental responsibilities. So the families are not asking for privileges, but they are just asking for the opportunity to take on responsibility. As we are virtually in Poland, I would like to quote Son John Paul II, whose teaching inspired the foundation of our federation back in 1997. Families, he wrote in Familiaris Consortio, should grow in awareness of being protagonists of what it is known as family politics, and assume responsibility for transforming society. How can family become protagonists in the context of the workplace and of the digital area? I think that in this case, we should come back to the consideration that we are living in a change of epoch by saying that now, more than in the past, we need the intermediation of a network of families. Because if you want to understand better the real needs of the family, you should speak with many families, families that can live together, that can have an idea of the common goods of that community, and in this case, the families. That's why we need to promote, to facilitate also the creation of a new network of families. Because it's important also to stress the fact that now We cannot have anymore the relations of the village of some centuries ago, because it's impossible. We cannot have any more village. But we can recreate the quality of the relations of those times just by creating a new group, a network of families. Because in that case, even in a city, even in a modern society, you can have real and concrete relationship and exchange between people, and the people do not feel alone anymore, as well as many of us felt during this pandemic time. Michał Michalski noted this morning that the family is the first economic unit of society. I say that the family is the first enterprise, is the proto enterprise. The word economy comes from the Old Greek. The word oikia means home, and in a translated way, family, and nomos means management. So even the management, the economy means management of the family. And we forgot it, and we believe that the community is created around the market, but it's wrong, because the community is created around the families. Then the families produce the market, but only because the market is an instrument to be used in favor of the families themselves. So always Michał Michalski noted that in the family production of economic value occurs, but this is not reflected in GDP. And this means society is not fully aware of the importance of the family. Skilled workers do not arise out of nowhere, but are trained in the family. Family responsive policies are good for the economic and the social policies. There are some, sorry?
I would like to ask probably Professor Michalski to react, because you mentioned.
Yeah, but yes, of course. Yeah, yes, of course. I want just to finish by saying that I think that your event has been one of the first in the world in which we are trying to reasoning on the fact that the family is not the sick of the society, but the family can be and is the care of the sickness. And departing from the families, we can, as also Ignacio Socias said, we can understand better the changement of epoch. And I'm sure that the family associations can play on a role. And when I say a role, I don't say privilege, but I say responsibilities, because we cannot have any development, not just economic increase, but any development without implementing subsidiary principles. And it means that we have to be aware that the families cannot be alone, because otherwise we do not have any future. Also, in order to solve our demographic problems. Non-sustainable development is possible without intergenerational balance. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Vincenzo. Bassi is seeing this subject very widely. He mentioned the survey, the research presented by Professor Michalski. What I think is that in everyday life, managers, companies must think more narrow. They have to care about simply about profits. Professor, would you like to comment, or because we also have a practitioner here, We have a manager from the large Polish firm, KGHM, Polish Copper. So probably, Professor.
So if I understood well, thank you, Mr. President Bassi. It was rather a comment than a question. So I think I'd rather give space to those who did not have the chance
sorry,
to speak.
Professor. Sorry, Professor. I would like just to ask you if whether it is possible to integrate your wonderful research, by asking the importance of the community for the family's employees. Because I think the standard living of the family employees depends also on the well-being of the community as a whole. This is maybe the only part of your research. I don't know if you can say some words about this topic, or I'm wrong, but maybe I'm wrong. Because I don't want to seem arrogant or to show off.
So, answering to your question, we concentrated on the opinions of the entrepreneurs and managers. Yes, in fact, we focused on the family responsive policies, and the scope. Well, in the scope of the research, there was no link to this community aspect that you mentioned, but I find your comment pretty useful, and I think it will be inspiring for us in next steps, in next undertakings of this kind. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. When it comes to those work family policies used by firms, by companies, we can now ask about how it works in practice. We have here Lidia Marcinkowska-Bartkowiak, who is the head of communication.
Let me ask you how this policy works in terms of balance between work and life, family and work. Your company is one of the biggest in Poland, and as far as I know, since you have significant profits, you have possibilities of applying such policies. So have you seen any results of this kind of tools to the benefit of the company? Because, you know, the benefit of the employees is an obvious thing, but also for the local community, since it's been mentioned so strongly by Mr. Bassi. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Can you hear me? Yes, we can hear you. Please continue. Well, ladies and gentlemen, indeed, the support of our employees and their families has a very long tradition. We've been financing for years this kind of projects in terms of all kinds of events, holidays for children of our employees. So this scope of activity is very large in our company. Now, in terms of financial importance, it's not as key as the development of parenting competencies in our employees, because this is how we defined this. In practice, alongside significant amounts of money and profits, benefits, we also support our employees in the form of all kinds of gifts, certificates, congratulation letters, and similar. We organize all kinds of training sessions they're very supportive of the competencies of our employees as mothers, fathers, and caregivers in the schools. Importantly, we also inspire our employees to spend time with their children. This is just one facet of activities of this kind at KGHM. Most of our employees are men. We are an industrial company. As a result, we want to have a strong culture. And we want to adapt this culture to a strong support for women, for mothers, and for fathers. Do we see any results? Well, after 3 years of this kind of activities, indeed, we see an increase in the role of our local authorities, changed expectations in our employees. The involvement of our employees depends to a large extent on how we treat them, or even more so, on how we treat their families. So we care very strongly about also including the members of their families in the process. Right. So this shows how important family policies are important in KGHM and HR of the company. We have Barbara Socha with us in the room, who is Undersecretary of State at the Polish government. So you also have experience in the business environment, so you might have seen how needs change in terms of applying this kind of policy tools. Now, in your public civil servant's role, you might see a relationship, a difference between satisfying the needs of employees, citizens, and demography. Now, the state, the government, has been looking closely at possibilities to strengthen the society at the family section. So what is the relationship, and how can we build a stronger relationship here? Well, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much. The introductory presentations were very interesting. Many thanks for that. And indeed, demography and the part of demography that we deal with, that is reproduction particularly, show that there is a very strong relationship between work-life balance and reproduction and families. I'd point out one important thing. If we're talking about the support of employers to their employees, the challenge in Poland is for women to either work full-time or not work altogether. That is, the data showed very clearly that in Poland we're in a situation where women either work full-time or drop work altogether. There is a very low ratio of women who only work part-time. This is also confirmed by the study by Mr. Michalski. Apparently, employees expect very strongly, on the one hand, the possibility to work part-time, keeping the benefits of full-time work, but also they agree with overtime. This is very, very important, particularly today. We have very low unemployment in Europe. The employee is the master of the labor market today. So let me appeal to employers not to not to forget about women who are passive in the labor market today. You might get a very competent and a well-organized employee in the form of a young mother, because young mothers are very efficient. They value their time very much. Employers might get a high return from such an investment in this group of employees. Another thing I'd like to draw your attention to is what's been mentioned by Mr. Socias. That is, high declared perfect family. That is, Poles want to have, on average, almost 2.5 children, while our fertility rate is much lower. So there's a gap, a significant gap, being proof to the fact that there are certain obstacles in the way to starting that big family. We are doing our best to scrap those obstacles. A big step towards that goal have been the solutions proposed by the Prime Minister under the New Deal. Let me mention housing policies and the childcare capital. These are tools to give families further proof of their empowerment. Mr. Marchuk said, like others did too, that families have to be the subject. They have to be empowered in finding that work-life balance. If women decide to spend the first years, the key years in the child's development, to spend that time with the child in the home, we want to give them that opportunity. If the woman decides that she wants to work part-time in that period, half-time, 3/4, they should also have that possibility. It is our task as the society to accept that choice, that free choice on the part of women. We don't want women to feel stigmatized. We don't want them to feel worse in the role as employees. We want them to fulfill their aspirations, because that is key from the point of view of our economy. We know how important that is for our growth, and from the point of view of demography, because data shows what place we're going to be in 20 years, depending on how many children we have being born today. They're going to be the employees of 25 years from now, after all.
Everyone who is online, if you just want to add anything to what has just been said, just please raise your hands. Okay, we have quite a few numbers. Probably we'll start from Kinga. She's a journalist writing on family issues, among others. Yes?
Yes, you're calling me. Okay, hello. Good morning from Budapest to all of you from Hungary. I heard very interesting comments from all of you, and I took lots of notes and lots of ideas that were mentioned already this morning. I am representing, first of all, the Large Families Association, which is the largest family organization in Hungary. But I'm also a member of a European institution, and I would like to take this European hat on first to say a couple of comments at this moment. This European institution is called the Economic and Social Committee. And in one short sentence, let me explain the role of this committee. It is a representative body of employers' organizations, so businesses, trade unions, and other organized civil society interests. And this body is advising the European Union policy making. I had the chance to work on an opinion by the title of Telework and Gender Equality for the current Portuguese presidency. And there were some interesting conclusions coming out from this work that I would like to share very shortly with you. We heard that remote work is not really present in Poland, but just to put it in a perspective, I would like to share with you a data coming from an agency, a European agency, that how telework increased during the pandemic in the last couple of months. So until 2019, only 5.4 of employed in the union worked from home on a regular basis. And it is now seen by this research organization that close to 40%, so 40% of those working in the EU began to telework full-time as a result of COVID. So this is really, really a big increase in this type of work. And therefore, of course, there are many consequences of this growing phenomena of telework. This is it has been long recognized that access to flexible work arrangements, including, of course, telework, is a major contributor to flexibility needed by parents, because teleworking has the potential to support work-life balance and should be a means of promoting equal opportunities between women and men. But for this, the burden of the unpaid care and domestic work performed mainly by women must also be better shared with men. We already heard some reference on this unpaid care gap by Madam Bahira Trask. And a phenomenon that is related to the growing part of telework is the so-called blurring between private and work life. Since people tend to be always connected, always on and reachable, this can lead to some problems between balancing work and family life. And findings show that while remote and flexible working can allow for a better balance between work and other responsibilities, we have to take into account that it can have a negative impact because of this blurring on work-life balance itself. So I just wanted to point out this phenomenon, and it is dealt by the European Union with the so-called right to disconnect initiative. As taking on my hat as a representative of Hungarian family organization, I just wanted to point out that in Hungary already for 10 years there is an existing family-friendly workplaces certificate that is not only a certificate, but it is also a grant for companies of different sizes and with different types of employees that already have practices, existing practices, family-friendly practices, but also for companies who would like to introduce family-friendly, family-responsive practices in the future. And one main point of this certificate is that it does not only focus on families with young children. We have already heard that many policies focus only on families with young children. But here there are a multitude of good examples that can be shared from holiday camps that are financed by the companies, or support groups for people who are caring for elderly or sick relatives. So I just wanted to raise the attention on this. Thank you very much for listening.
Thank you very much. Of course, we cannot omit this phenomena of telework, of working from home. I wonder whether working from home is always beneficial for the family. Under what circumstances working from home can be really beneficial for the family? Does any one of you have any reflection on this? Professor Walker, please.
Thank you. It can be very, very beneficial. I think, as we've heard this morning, there is a lot of desire for flexibility. And one of the things I just wanted to point out is, when we're talking about young families, is we need to understand that for the millennial generation, we're experiencing a tidal shift in their perspective on the world because of mobile technology. We need to remember that this generation, not like our, certainly not like my generation, grew up with technology, and it has completely affected their understanding of connectivity in the world. As was noted, the blurring of boundaries, and certainly COVID has contributed to this. And so I was not at all surprised to hear in the research that was presented earlier, the desire by younger workers and younger families who are workers for flexibility, because I believe that this is just the nature of the millennial generation's lives and expectations, because having mobile technology, having access to the internet, having a voice through social media has shifted their perspective about the world being unbounded. And even if in Poland, the jobs are less, less working from home and less flexible even during COVID, again, we started with these technologies that made families accessible at work by their families, which increased stress, and made them accessible at home by their employers, which increased stress. So one of the things that we're seeing with this generational effect is the increase in feelings of stress and challenges to mental health, which is a bit of a paradox, because millennial workers are wanting more flexibility, and yet they're also experiencing tremendous stress, mental health concerns, and the concern that they're taking some of their own digital habits into their parenting. One of the things that the research now on work-family balance relative to using digital technologies is all over the place. It's very, we don't know enough yet in terms of individual impacts, family impacts, or workplace impacts. But one of the factors that is adding to the stress of workers is that workplace policies relative to the use of technology are all over the place. So it can be very hard for a worker to understand what the structure is related to using digital technology at home to connect with family, being at home. Are they supposed to be answering emails or responding to texts from employers, you know, at all hours of the day? So the workplace too hasn't quite yet kept up with the shifting use of technology by individuals, and what that might mean to family life. So as we're developing and continuing these amazing and wonderful structural policies around childcare and around family leave, we just cannot forget that we're facing a whole new generation of workers who grew up with technology, whose perspectives are much more flexible, and who are expecting their workplaces to understand technology use in ways that give them an understanding and a certain sense of structure, even though they're asking for flexibility. And then the final thing that I would say is that they're also responding to a very shifting economy that is also affected by technology. So the gig economy is tremendously affecting the opportunities that millennial workers would have for being digital nomads, for on-demand employment. And so if they see their own jobs starting to dry up, this is an opportunity for them. Or if they're needing more flexibility to manage work and family and children's responsibilities, they may flee to the ability to work more flexibly as digital nomads, or to be working more flexibly in on-demand employment. So so yes, in answer to your question, I think there are tremendous benefits, especially for flexibility and being able to meet the demands of work and family. My students in my Families and Technology course, really they love the ability to learn from home, to work from home, because it's in their control. At the same time, and I think then that will translate to family care, at the same time, because of these competing demands that they're getting from the workplace and a lack of structure around their technology use, a lack of policies, things like that, they're also really stressed out trying to figure out the boundaries.
Professor Susan Walker, University of Minnesota. Now we will have a voice from Poland, from Warsaw. Former Prime Minister of Poland, Jadwiga Emilewicz, is eager to comment.
Regarding the data that has been quoted 2 times during this session, and especially in the first presentation, I would like just to comment that we've seen the data, but as far as I understand from the 2010 year, it has changed completely and dramatically in Poland nowadays, especially if you compare the last year. So this flexibility of the work is coming to town here. So the people are using this very broadly and very openly, and this is we can hardly imagine ourselves, both women and men here, not using the tools, those tools in our everyday life. So this is just a brief comment, and I think that the data are completely different that we've seen in the presentation and should be noticed. But coming to the next question, whether it is profitable or not, so and accepting everything what Professor Walker has mentioned, that this is a general something that especially the new generations are being brought to, and the general approach that this flexibility is something that supports the family life. We have to remember, but of course this is not a question just to someone as me, but rather to psychologists and sociologists, whether how the situation is changing and is interrupting the normal family life. Because what do we have today? We are having the kids standing in their flats, in their rooms, closed all the day, in front of their screens, in their family school, let's say, and at the same time, their parents also standing at home, but being alone there. And this flexibility means also that you as a worker, you are available 24 hours. So we should also keep this change in our mind, that this flexibility might be the heaven, but it sometimes became a hell as well for the family life. But if I may just make a short comment regarding to the general topic of our today meeting, me as someone who used to be responsible for the economy policy in Poland, what is important and what should be bring to this floor today, why do we talk about the family, it is not only because this is a family day we used to have 2 days before, but this is also how it is important for the economy of the wealthy economy, of the wealthy state and the wealthy societies. And well, just to bring the one Nobel Prize winner from 1992, Gary Baker, deeply rooted in Chicago school, so the deeply liberal influenced person, who in 1981 produced a family treaty. What was something shocked, and it is good to bring it to our minds, that treating family as a subject of the policy is not only because we share common values here, but it might be also count in a data and in a tables and in the wealthy societies. So if we say, and if we read carefully what Baker has done at the beginning, at the end of the former millennium, is that the state which is based on stable families, we can achieve more in a GDP 1.5 up to 2% of the GDP growth. So it is measurable. It is also measurable that if we count on the societies and states which are based on the families which are not going to divorce in every 3 or every 4 years, it is definitely something stable for the society, and it is cheaper for the state, right? So this is not a abstract value, but it might be measurable, a concrete measurable value. And that is why we decide to introduce and to put such a strong effort for this family policies. So this is also something that should be stressed. And the third point that has been mentioned by Professor Michalski before, we also observed that the companies which are having deeply rooted let's say pro-familia approach inside, that their development is also higher than those who are not taking care about those values. So I would say that in our contemporary model of development of the states, especially nowadays, when we observe the complete change in all over the world from the market coming to the states, coming to the governments, and when the company are asking the states and the governments for a deep involvement in economy, it should be maybe in this momentum. This is the best momentum to stress that family really matters from this economy point of view, and from this post-COVID recovery program. It has also something to tell. It might have something to tell in those different different time. And last really point, which also should be taken into account, if we observed today global survey regarding what kind of skills is most looking for by the employees, it is responsibility, it is readiness to discussion, and those values you can hardly imagine any other place, any other group where it can be treated as in the family. So it is also the third very marketable value why we should take into account the family, and we should ground them with the special perception, which is maybe less individual, what is also very tricky at the end of at the beginning of 21st century, but maybe it is rather coming back to the deep history of the beginning of democracy in the Western world. But this change of paradigm from most individual to the more responsibility-based civilization is also something that might be the fundament of the, let's say, pro-family public policies. Thank you.
Thank you. We will be back. We will return to values and principles later. But now, what comes to my mind is a very practical question, which may seem too practical, but probably it's very well describing the new landscape created by changes in the way we are working. And the question is, with millions working from home now, companies are saving lots of money with no harm for productivity, usually with no harm for productivity. Some costs have been transferred to families then, who pay for devices, for connection, for electricity, and so on and so on. Do you think that firms should be obliged to, by law, to cover these costs at least in part? I know that the Polish government is preparing such a measure now, as far as I know. Mr. Govin. Anyway, this question I would like Mr. Andrzej Zygadło, another practitioner we have on board. He's a global human resources director at Selena. Selena is a Polish company which is operating internationally. What do you think about it? What do you think about such a
Good
such
afternoon.
a measure?
Thank you. Yeah, I just want to share my observation from the perspective of employer. How do you see this and what we are facing at the moment? So we are talking about the digital era, which started more than 20 years ago when the computers started appearing in our workplaces. And everything was going relatively slowly, so we kept the pace. However, everything has changed when we face this COVID crisis. So everything what we were doing or what we plan to do for many years in the future even what we see today, this type of conference, so it was rather a dream, yeah? So people suddenly, they went home and they start working remotely. So what was not the case before, because there was a lot of dispute. Is it possible, not possible? Is it good or bad? And the COVID situation just creates this. And obviously technology was an opportunity. So it was enabler to operate in such environment. What has been changed, it was a situation that all our employees who start to work remotely then invited companies to the home from the workplace, where they were separate the workplace from the home. So they just moved the workstation to their own houses. So it was a big issue. And it was initial enthusiasm about this because everybody was saying, okay, I can stay with family, I don't need to travel, etc. But suddenly we discovered it was a big disruption for the families, because for children it was difficult to understand why my mom, who is sitting in the next room, she is not talking to me. Why I cannot just come and to talk with her? So we just observed when people were entering the doors of the rooms where parents were sitting on the knee, etc. So it's something what changed a lot, yeah. And we start looking this and to say, okay, how can we put this in the order? Because is it true that this pandemic situation and full access to the technology did not put any barriers? So everybody was starting 8 o'clock and finish 8 o'clock, yeah? Because it is so easy to set up the meeting. It's so easy to switch from one to another. It's so easy to talk with someone in another corner of the world. So this is what was enabled to survive this time, start becoming the big obstacle, and in very uncivilized way. So probably what I see, there is a need of dialogue to do this. Obviously, companies are trying to find a way, but I don't think that nobody is in the position to say that just now everything is working perfectly. So this is still under discussion, under construction, and this dialogue is required. I'm not sure if we need to go for the legal regulations. Okay, we can, but this is much more about the culture of work. Yeah? Like first mobiles appear, people were calling 24 hours. Yeah? After a certain time, it was certain social norm that after 6 or even in Denmark, I know after 4 p.m., your employer is not calling you, for instance. Yeah? So it is not the case with current Zoom or Teams meeting, etc. So we need to talk about this. I'm happy that we are putting this on the table, and I'm looking forward more to that kind of discussion. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now we will be back to Warsaw. Adam Zich, head of the foundation, would like to add something.
So being the last in the, or one of the last in the conversation has this opportunity that you can comment on so many things, but at the same time it's sometimes difficult to find the ones that are the most important. So I would just like to touch on something which Mr. Bassi also mentioned. I think today we have a tremendous problem in Europe, maybe in the United States as well, but for sure in Europe. And this problem is loneliness. It's that you know there is so many households, which is it's a single adult household, which living for themselves. And my problem, you know, I'm now will say not as an entrepreneur but as a parent, is that digitalization brings this tremendous risk of deepening the problem of individualization. This is also what Jadwiga mentioned, that this is, you know, when I look at my son, that he can now, fantastic, he can connect with the whole world, but he doesn't need to get out of his room to do that. This brings also tremendous risks. And this brings me to questioning the pro-family policies when they are tailored in a too individualistic way. And I think we have a tendency in Europe to do this, because we like the advantages of the third way, of the country which takes a huge social burdens on themselves, helps a lot. But this brings also risks. And you know, this approach that the pro-family solutions are based on an individual and not on a family, that brings the identity as an individual and not the family. For example, a solution that if a father doesn't take up his paternal leave, he cannot give it to his wife. It's just he loses this leave, and this is in many countries the case. This, in my opinion, brings certain risks that we are basing on. We are going in an individualistic way, which at the end of the day can also create the problem that the couple takes very easy decision not to try to save the relationship, but just, you know, okay, everyone can afford to be themselves, and everyone can afford to raise the children themselves. So this is, for me, it's a something which gives me some worries, and yeah. So I think that's all I wanted to say. If there is somebody else who wants to take the voice.
So we somehow via this homework subject arrived to the second topic of our conference, which is the main question: is should the state regulate digitalization inside the family? Does any one of you want to add anything to Mr. Bassi?
No, I want just to share with you the experience of the last Friday, because in Italy we had the chance to create, to organize an event very important for our country, but also for Europe, named Stati Generali della Natalità, State General of Natality. And we had the chance to have as a guest Pope Francis and the Prime Minister Mario Draghi. And it was very surprising that both of them said the same statement. The same statements. First of all, as I said before, no sustainable development without intergenerational balance, because the elderly is not the problem is the lack of youth. Secondly, a society who doesn't want to have children or take care of children is the society that doesn't want to live. And thirdly, especially Mario Draghi says that the demography is a very as important as the ecology is a priority for Italy and for Europe. So I think that now we have to start to understand also what economic value means. And I think that here we agreed on the fact that the economical value is not only, it depends not only on the exchange of goods and services. So the family is not, of course, only a consumer. The family can make investment as an enterprise. And we have to start to think about that, because now, for example, and then I'm speaking to ministers and to politicians, we have a very gap between the reality and the accounting rules. As to the accounting rules, family policies makes deficit, but as to the reality, family policies can be also investment. And it makes a difference, because the nature of this kind of expenditure is very important, because they cannot be considered as a cost, but they must be considered as investment, as well as we do investment for infrastructures, for example. We do investments to human capitals, and we know that there is some part of human capitals that can be learned just in families. So let's stress the reality, and if you do that, we know that the family, as you say, is the subject and not the object. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think this is a very important observation, and generally this discussion also proves that the very view of economy as such is changing in our world. It's not anymore just about numbers and efficiency. It's more and more about people, I think. This is the direction. One way or the other, we are running out of time now. I think we will, it's an endless story, of course, but we have to finish now, and we will be back 1:30 Warsaw time, which is in 3/4, I think, of 50 minutes. 50 minutes. Thank you very much, and see you in an hour, in 3/4. Welcome again. It's time for another subject, which is family responsive regulations. And the question is, should the state regulate digitalization inside the family? I must say, it seems to be a very difficult question. Before proceeding to the discussion, we will listen to two presentations. The title of the first one is Digital Diversity, Understanding Variation in the Ways in which Families Use and Are Impacted by Technology. Professor Susan Walker from the Department of Family and Social Science of the University of Minnesota is researching the ways that technology impacts families. So, Professor, what is the impact from the technology use on families? How to research the problem effectively while the technology is changing almost day to day? We can't hear you. We cannot hear you. Susan.
Here we go. Okay, can you hear me now?
Yes, yes. Now it's okay.
Great. Well, in answer to your question, like any good social scientist, my response is, it depends. I'm very happy to be with you all this morning from St. Paul, Minnesota. It's a lovely day here. And it's really an honor to be in the panel and to be able to listen to the talks this morning about workplace policies. I'm especially as a family scientist, it thrills me to no end to hear the value placed on families in society and looking at ways to help strengthen families. What I'd like to do is to focus very specifically about technology use. As you heard me speak this morning, we have a whole generation of workers who have grown up with technology, and I believe that it has radically influenced their outlook on life and their outlook on family life and on being workers and in the future. So what I'm going to do is dig in a little bit more into some of the variety of aspects that influence how individuals and whole families use technology. The first thing I'd like to do is to focus a little bit on the future, because again, I think what is very important for us to think about is not only the families today, but what the world is going to look like in the future for families, and if we're preparing families for the future, and from our policy perspective, if we can prepare a future for families. Experts who have been interviewed about the future have used words, especially related to technology, have used words like exponential challenge, right? And so they have also recommended that we look at sort of the positives, but also the challenges that technology may be bringing. So on one hand, we certainly understand the greater convenience. And as we look ahead, we're going to have tele-everything and smart devices and have a great dependence on artificial intelligence. There continue to be opportunities for creative expression and creativity. And as we've talked about this morning, greater flexibility in the workplace, less bounded by time and space. But on the other hand, we will be experiencing a greater social and racial inequality, worsening security and privacy, especially when we're thinking about the internet and the spread of misinformation. There will be continued challenges to people's mental health, and there will be job insecurities as our economies shift towards more of an on-demand employment and more automation. So that too will bring some insecurities to the family. So I want to come back to our view on the family from the standpoint, and this was mentioned this morning, when we think about the family, we can think about the family as all of these mechanisms that support society. And yet the major thing that families are going to be considering are the impact on the family roles. That's the one thing that makes the family unique in our society, is its contribution to generating our next generation of workers, of socializing our children, of helping develop our children, of caring for each other. And so as families are using technology, they're using it in all these different ways, and they're also concerned about the family. I'm going to frame some of this in the socio-technological family framework. And the thing that I like about this is that it reminds us that within the family, there are individuals. And so we can we'll talk about a worker, but we remember that that worker greatly then impacts the family. Same thing that as we're thinking about a family as a whole, that family is made up of unique individuals of different ages, different genders, different abilities, different interests. And in an open system, those individuals are going to have an influence on the family unit and vice versa. And then we have technology. And so as the individual uses technology, it will affect the family. As the family uses technology, it will affect individuals and so forth. And then we have external factors. So as an example, if I ask my students, I'm an external factor, and if I ask my students to join twice a week to join our Families and Technology class through Zoom, they need to use their computers. There may only be one computer in the household, and so that means some flexibility and sharing by the family as a unit. So, and you can understand that there's myriad ways of configuring all of these different influences. The one, as I mentioned this morning, one of the external factors that we need to continually consider is the shifting economy based on our availability of the internet and our availability of having mobile devices. The shifting economy will, as we also mentioned this morning, will bring greater precarity to certain jobs, while it also can mean more mobility. That's going to be a continual influence on families. We cannot talk about family use without talking about access. We're also comfortable with having access to the internet and access to devices, when in fact, if we look across the world, there is great variation. And generally the countries that are more economically developed are those where there is greater internet access and greater access to devices. This model of European countries shows deprivation, material deprivation for households with children from 6 to 16, where on the left indicates the ability to afford a computer, and on the right is on the ability to afford access to the internet. And the major reason I want to bring this up is access also can mean opportunity. Opportunity, especially as we've seen through COVID, to education. So as families and children don't have access to the internet and don't have access to a computer, that can also greatly mean, yes, access to work, but also access to the ability to participate in school, even outside of COVID. Increasingly, educational technology is demanding that families have technology in the household and that parents are comfortable using technologies with their children. So this is partly why over time we're going to continue to see a greater disparity. We also see that greater disparities can mean by representations in gender, by members' voices, family connection, by privilege versus limitation. Again, all of these things that technology access means. Beyond just the idea of access to the internet and access to devices is also the idea of access by ability. Depending on the type of technology that families have available to them, if a family member has a need around vision or around hearing, or a child may be on the autism spectrum, that's going to greatly affect. Or if they're certainly here, I greatly appreciate your ability to speak English, because I certainly don't speak Polish. And so if this conference was completely in Polish, I would not be able to participate. So when we talk about access, we have many definitions. When families have a variety of access, that over time can influence their attitudes, their skill, and their comfort. And so again, within this monolith that we consider to be the family, we see great ranges of readiness. So a lot of that readiness will also parallel in terms of economic access and education and income and age. But again, we see variation in the ability to use technology. Within families, and this is a new area that we're continuing to explore, is within whole families or even attitudinal differences about the use of technology. I find myself that from a lot of the families that I work with, that the families that have very clear family values on how their family operates really have very little problem with how technology is regulated in their household. We also see great variation. This is some research I did about 10 years ago, where we had a large population of parents, and when we looked at them in categories by their attitudes towards technology, their device access, and the types of technologies that they use, the types of activities they use technology for, as you can see within the same sample, and we would say these are all just parents. Well, just parents have a great variety in terms of the green are those with a lot of access, and some are really happy about it, and others feel overwhelmed. The blue group are those with limited access, and some are disturbed about that they wish they had more, and others are perfectly fine not to be overloaded with technology. So again, a great variation there. One of the models that I oftentimes will use in my own research with professionals is influences on technology use related to technology attitudes. And one of the things that we definitely see, and the workplace is very important here, is external factors. So, if we provide individuals with access to technology, we touched on that a little bit this morning about if workers are at home, should the workplace be providing the technology? So if there's access to technology, if there's access to training and skills and that sort of thing, generally attitudes related to the use of technology are going to be higher. And when attitudes are very accepting of technology use, we're more likely to use it. And so in my own research with family professionals, we definitely find a relationship between workplace encouragement and workplace infrastructure and technology acceptance. In addition to external factors, of course, we have a whole myriad of internal factors or unique individual factors: age, location, gender, occupation, sexual orientation, occupation, I said that twice, race. So depending on the individual, their own preferences for what technology they use, how frequently they use it, which dating apps they use, how long they're on different technologies is going to vary greatly. One of the things that I mentioned strongly this morning was about millennials. And so when we're looking at the workforce, it's very important, I think, for us to look at generational differences, because definitely it influences an outlook about how technology is used. For instance, I do believe that we're beginning to see a bit of a cohort effect. As I mentioned this morning, many of my own undergraduate students who are so comfortable using so many devices are also feeling highly addicted to their phones. They don't like being bored. They understand that they're continually being attracted by notifications and the gamification of a lot of the apps that they use. On the other hand, they're a little worried that they're going to take that into their own parenting. And I have a picture here, of a young mother who is more attracted to her phone than she is to nurturing and responding to her infant. And so, it's very important when we're looking at technology use to also see differences from a younger generation to maybe the way that you and I might use it. We also know that growing up with technology, that it affects people's behavior in terms of our own media behavior and our own habits. So those parents that are more media-centric are far less likely to regulate their own children's use, more likely to have televisions and screens everywhere. And so again, individual differences based on attitude and preferences. Certainly differences by skill. One of the big gaps is in terms of the comfort around using technology. And now this might be age and generationally different, but I think it's also related to access. It's also related to the amount of time or using a particular, and I'll give you an example. A lot of folks will assume that an undergraduate or a student, say between 18 to 22, is very tech savvy. Well, I have to tell you from using a lot of technology in my teaching that my students are not that tech savvy. They certainly are when it comes to their phones and social media and Snapchat and Spotify. But when it comes to understanding other technologies, so sometimes our knowledge about using a technology can be very technology specific. And then finally, when it comes to within the home, I can't leave talking about families without talking about parental concerns about their own children's use of technology. And increasingly, this is becoming a stress that is stealing focus for workers. So, and workers who are parents. In recent research that has been done with parents across ages, parents of this generation or millennial generation will say that parenting is harder now than it was 20 years ago. And the number one reason, given a whole list of reasons, is because of technology. So even for a millennial who grew up with technology, as we've noted, it changes so rapidly my students, my doctoral students will say that the technology that they're using is so radically different than even their siblings that are a few years younger. So with parents who have younger children, the technology they're using is something that is blowing their minds. And what they see are these very sensational reports in the news about technology's negative effects on their children. And certainly we have research that shows these human development concerns around sleep, around brain development, around obesity, potential addiction, bullying, mental health issues, things like that. And this is freaking parents out because it's something they're not familiar with. They appreciate guidelines, but at the same time feel very guilty, right? On the other side, parents need to hear more about all the positive impacts that technology is having on development, from learning, from giving children a voice and a platform to express themselves and create their identities, and especially in the ability to gain digital skills that they will take with them into the next generation. I would those of us, today we're talking a lot about employment in the workforce. I would strongly encourage all of us to continue keeping an eye on this impact of technology on development, because this 8-year-old who is a gamer, today is going to be a 28-year-old programmer, in a few years. So we definitely need to be understanding the impacts on development. So finally, lots of different ways that individuals are impacted by their use of technology that affects how families are using technology. They're very responsive and influenced by external factors. But of course, we all live in different contexts, so we're all responding very, very differently. When it comes to the question about regulating within the family, I think that it is very challenging to at this point, because we just don't know. Imagine how many years we drove cars before we had speed limit laws and started putting, seatbelts on. So we have still so much yet to know about the impacts of technology on use, and families on the whole, and individuals within the family, which then affect the family, vary so much in every way possible. So I think a greater emphasis on our policies really should be, first of all, ensuring equity around access. I spoke at the UN on Friday, and I strongly believe that access to the internet is a basic human right. When we know the advantages of what technology or what access can mean. And then the second policy directive would be that once we have the internet and devices in the hands of everyone, is to help people understand how to use it safely, how to use them effectively, so that again, we're leveling the playing field of not just access, but also the ability to use. So with that, I thank you very, very much. Again, it's just a pleasure to be with everyone today, and I look forward to the conversation.
Thank you, Professor Susan Walker. Now we at least know that we do not know whether to regulate this sphere or not. As you can see, as you can hear, the families vary greatly in many ways, and use of technology varies as well. Professor Walker argues that because of these differences, it would be rather hard to regulate behavior within the family. At the same time, she diagnoses that the internet can be a threat for sleep health, including mental health, especially of our children, socialization, security, development of personality, and so on and so on. Does technology steal our families, or can it enrich them? What to do to make it serve our families? Our next speaker is Dr. Tom Harrison. He's a director of education at the Jubilee Center for Character and Virtues at the University of Birmingham in the United Kingdom, who has just published his new book titled Thrive: How to Cultivate Character So Your Children Can Flourish Online. And probably this is the very first handbook on how to prepare children to do the right thing when no one is watching. The title of his lecture is Sticks, Carrots and or Character, the Limits and Possibilities of State Regulation of Digital Technologies. Dr. Harrison, we cannot prohibit anyone from using technology.
Yeah, thank you very much indeed to the organisers for inviting me to speak at today's event. I'm sorry I didn't join you for this morning, but it sounds like a fascinating discussion. Whereas Susan talked about kind of great sun in Minnesota, I have to say in typical British style, it's pouring down with rain here right now. So I'm hoping the rain doesn't become too noisy for you as I try to speak through here. And the sun may come out by the end of the presentation. It seems to be the day that we've got right now. I'm very briefly, 15 minutes, just going to talk you through some themes which are quite similar to what Susan was just talking about, but also starts from a slightly different place. I'm going to look at moral theory and how that might help us understand how we might help ensure that digital technologies are good for all the real opportunities that present children and young people, which we've just been hearing about, but also to some extent it protects or help young people manage a lot of the risks that you find online. Within the I'm just checking I can change my slides. Yeah, a lot of my work is underpinned by kind of neo or kind of modern day kind of Aristotelian theory. I'm going to say a bit more about that. But Aristotle said our examination is not to know what virtue is. He was very into character, values, but to actually become good. And hopefully I'm going to talk mainly about theory, but our examination here is not just to know the theory better and how it relates to this theory. It's actually about practical, pragmatic difference. And I'm going to definitely be making some comments about what policymakers and practitioners, teachers, parents, all of us, in fact, can do in our own lives practically to perhaps, as I say, really take hold of those opportunities that the internet provides us. I mean, morality is discussed in hundreds of different papers and books in the digital age. And you can see those on the left going back to 1997, CATS, when the internet perhaps started to become popular, right up to more modern books like Jordan Shaparo's The New Childhood, which really kind of proclaim that actually digital technologies are really helping children and young people flourish and thrive in the digital world. But at the same time, there's lots of kind of books, articles, magazines, articles, journal, research articles, etc. These are 3 books on the right-hand side who actually put a much more pessimistic picture on that. Things like Bartlett's book about all the kind of the dark web and kind of some of the immoral actions that are going on. Van der Hoeven and Cochrane's book, Evil Online, is like that as well. So it's really difficult to get a sense just by looking at the literature of what's actually going on in terms of kind of morality in the digital area, both in family settings, but also more broadly in society as well. I'll come back to that in a minute. And you'll find a lot of the books, including those ones, but maybe less so from some than others, are kind of characterized by polemics. They tend to kind of have strong themes and strong things they want to say on either the kind of the more positive or less positive side. Of course, the arguments when you get inside are more nuanced and more kind of critical and kind of reflective. But they often tend to be kind of tomes about, you know, the internet is either doing this for our children or not doing that for our children, which has a hint of, or more than a hint, sometimes of determinism, i.e. because the technology exists, we're going to live in a world of kind of cyberbullying, or live in a world where piracy or plagiarism or whatever it may be worse, or other. So there is sometimes quite a lot of determinism and quite often a dualities, that a difference between kind of online life is maybe not as good as offline life, that face-to-face is not necessarily as good as, you know, kind of, sorry, face-to-face may be better than offline. So I've tried to, in the book that I was mentioned kindly in the introduction, in my latest book, is try to get through some of these kind of polemics and see it from both sides, try to get away from determinism and actually start to really look at children's own stories of their lives online, rather than kind of almost subscribing that story to them about what's happening. And also definitely try to, you know, kind of see both sides of the technology with great understanding that many children live their lives very much online. I mean, so what do we do about this situation where we're not quite sure what's going on? I mean, we could turn to the research, and there is some very good research out there, but the research in this area about the effects of the internet on children's values, well-being, is actually very problematic. I'm just putting up one very famous study here by Amy Orbin and a colleague Probisky from 2 years ago now, and they found, depending how they ran the data, that technology is bad for adolescents' well-being. And then they got the data, and they had huge data sets. You can get big data sets these days. And they ran that data in another way, and they found that it could be found to be good for adolescents' well-being. And the conclusion of their paper was it's just very difficult to get meaningful data in any studies, certainly not longitudinal studies, that really give us a sense of what's actually going on in this area. So given the fact that the research is quite unclear, what might policymakers and practitioners do about it? As I say, what should we do? Because often policymakers and practitioners try to turn to research to get an understanding of what's going on. And it is difficult through that research to really get those evidence of impact of this technology to make policy, to create activities that are actually going to, hopefully, as I say, move children more into kind of making better and wiser decisions online. So what I did was I took another look at theory, and in particular case moral theory, because I thought it's a good place to start in the absence of research. I like theory as a good way to organise and structure things. Theory helps us organise and think through problems. But clearly, I'm thinking this should be tested. So although I'm giving you some theoretical ideas here, we need to test these ideas. These aren't ideas that I think just stand on their own. They're living ideas that we need to test through lives, through practice, through research. So in terms of core moral theory, you know, in 30 seconds, you've got kind of three most prominent moral theory. On the right-hand side there, you've got utilitarianism, which is kind of a consequence theory that when asked the question, what's the right thing to do? The right thing to do is, when you weigh the two things up, the one that brings the most happiness, the one that brings the utility of happiness. So it's a consequence. You're looking at the consequences and you're trying to weigh up what we should do. The middle theory is probably predominant in kind of ethical thinking, particularly in a lot of professions and policy making, is about rules, about guidelines, about policies. It's about kind of making rules to help people live better lives or kind of change lives. That's deontological theory. And probably the oldest moral theory, but the one that's perhaps making one of the biggest returns right now is virtue ethics theory, which is Aristotelian theory, which I'll say a bit more right now. So what are the opportunities and problems with these? Well, trying to manage the digital world, either governments trying to do this or families trying to do this, is quite problematic to use rules and guidance or what might be considered sticks. We know that governments have big challenges trying to regulate big tech. Big tech, like the Googles, the Facebooks, the Apples of the world, are big beasts. They're hard to kind of tie down. They transcend different borders. There's lots of fights and arguments about, you know, should governments even be regulating what's considered free speech through a lot of these technologies? And many governments, when they have tried, really struggle to work out how to put laws into practice. In our country right now, we've got, just announced last week, we've got new policies coming through that will attempt to regulate big tech. They've got an online harms bill, and this will actually potentially have fines for those people or technologies, could even have people running some of these big companies. If they go against the legislation, they could actually end up in prison. So they're talking about quite big attempts to kind of regulate technologies so that they are managing issues like bullying, online harms, misrepresentation, these sorts of areas. We are yet to see, this is going through our government, we are yet to see if this sticks. Other countries have tried with some extent of being able to regulate. I'm not saying it's not possible, I'm just saying it's very hard to manage big tech with sticks. This would be the same also for schools or parents. Just I'm a parent myself, my child, and of course I have rules. I had rules when she could get her phone the first time. I had rules about what she can do and what she can see. But it's difficult for me to know how to regulate these rules. And also the technologies, there's lots of ways around these rules as well. they can find ways to get around them. So regulation is difficult. Utilitarian approaches, I think, are good, but also challenging as well. There's very few examples of governments and big tech working together to further human happiness, to come up with policies that actually use the best features of technology to ensure they further human happiness. And actually, as was said earlier, we've got very little understanding of how to understand the consequences of technology. We just don't quite know where they're going, where they're taking us, how we're going to respond. I'm not talking about the robots taking over. I'm just talking about the fact that technological change is going so quickly that it's hard to calculate the consequences. And therefore, trying to come up with a understanding of what we should do in the future is and kind of work through that consequenceless approach is challenging. So I've been doing most of my work around virtue ethics and character, and I'm just going to spend my last couple of minutes just talking through what that looks like. So virtue ethics, as I say, is probably the oldest theory, but we brought it right up to date. We use key concepts like digital character. Character is the human qualities, the virtues that make us who we are. They're things like courage, compassion, honesty, generosity, integrity, resilience, civic mindedness, neighborliness. These are the qualities that enable us, hopefully, in particular situations, to be more likely to do the right thing at the right time in the right place. Ultimately, the quality that I've focused most of my work on is this idea of digital wisdom, which is a meta virtue. It's about how to put the other qualities into action. It's about when to be loyal to a friend or when to be honest to your parents, etc. It's the quality about showing character in actual action. There's many advantages of virtue ethics. It's about individual actions. It's about what we do. It's situational, so it responds to context. It doesn't matter about knowing what the rules are to manage things we don't know or trying to calculate the future. It's about context. As things change, we need to kind of respond by developing wisdom and character qualities that help us to develop that. And there's lots of virtues like honesty and compassion that directly relate to some of the biggest concerns that we have about digital technologies. In a study that I've done just very recently, we asked nearly 2,000 parents and 1,600 or so children what they thought was the most important quality. It's hard to see on this slide, but both of them put wisdom as one of the most important human qualities they think we should be developing. So parents and children both recognize in the digital age that wisdom is extremely important. Clearly, there's some issues with this approach. It might look like we're letting off big tech companies because we're saying, don't worry, you do what you like, big tech companies. It's all down to us about using the technology wisely. I don't think that's the case. Technology companies need to do more to ensure that technology is really helping children and young people and families flourish in this world. But until they do that, then we need to have more focus on wisdom. It does rely on governments, and this is a key point I hope we can discuss, to prioritise a focus on character, competencies and wisdom in schooling, society and families more broadly, so governments can do some things around the education of these qualities. There is a moral gap between kind of theory and practice, what we say we're going to do and what we might do. That's problematic. And measurement of this area, trying to get around impact, measuring character is very problematic. So it's hard sometimes to do impact studies around this sorts of work. But just to conclude, I think we can actually use all three of these moral theories that I've explained in a new way to think through how we do policy making, both for families around this sorts of area. If we use a consequentialist approach, then we may talk about kind of digital flourishing as being the aim. This is the goal. So when we make decisions, we try to measure up. This is the aim which we measure up to, which is constructing and implementing a policy that ensures that technology is for authentic happiness that comes from living good. We can get living well or morally in the world. We can set that as a goal and an aim that we may calculate our consequences about. We certainly need rules and policies that enforce minimum standards, which should try to regulate technology. I think rules and policies are really important. I'm just saying they're problematic. But also rules and policies tend to be the minimum standards. They tend to kind of manage minimum expectations. But we also need to focus on digital character and digital wisdom to elevate those expectations in the home and family, to take us beyond the minimum, because that's actually what the children and young people who are growing up today in Poland and around the world, they are the ones who are going to be designing the technologies in the future. And we want them to have the wisdom to be able to develop technologies that are really going to contribute to family life and society more broadly going forward. So I'm going to leave it there and say thank you very much. And I welcome discussion and conversation around this topic.
Thank you, Dr. Harrison. May I have a question to you? Can you hear me?
Yes, I can, yes.
Okay. Do you think that this wisdom is really enough to fix the problem? I mean, you mentioned the regulation in your country. Could you please elaborate on it a bit? And what do you personally think of such a try?
Yeah, I mean, I'm not saying that wisdom is enough, for sure. I'm saying that we do need, like in my family home, I need to put some rules in place for where my daughter can and can't use her phone and what content she can access, and we have digital filters. In the same way, governments need to try to install legislation to try to make it more likely that technology companies will stop online harms. I'm just saying that we need a combination of this, and we tend to try, or teachers, families sometimes tend to try to fix issues through kind of looking at what rules and policies that we can find or use. The problem is the digital world has made managing these things through rules more problematic because of the affordances of the technologies. My children can use their phone anytime, any place if I allow them to. They can connect with vast more people than they ever could. They can access technology, content and connect with people they never could beforehand. They can do it anonymously, which brings less kind of accountability with it. So there's lots of issues there. Having said that, our government, and I know other governments, are also trying to bring in regulation. For example, sites that don't take down kind of misinformation, misrepresented stories. They're trying to make sure that people like Facebook and other social media sites are actually having to ensure that that what is put online is representative. Likewise, they're trying to ensure that any images online that might cause digital harm or harms to children, affects their well-being, are also being taken down. So they've got a number of different areas. I can't list them all, but it's a bill that's going through our government. It was announced in the Queen's speech last week, called the Online Harms Bill, which is very promising. I'm fully supportive of it. However, we will only know in practice if this actually happens. Are we actually really able to regulate these companies to ensure that they're managing the technology in a way that really contributes to society? I'm yet to see this happen in any country in a really successful way without, of course, fully banning them. I mean, you could do something that some of the Chinese have done around fully banning some apps. That may be a discussion we want to have, but how do we do it in a kind of a free and liberal society that is open to kind of free speech and kind of is tolerant of those respects, but still manages it for the common good? That's the challenge.
I've heard that Mr. Zuckerberg has confessed recently that his daughter are not allowed to use his company products. So,
well, in Silicon Valley, probably one of the most popular schools is the schools that don't allow technology, and these are the people inventing the technology. So it is worrying.
Both of those presentations, I think, leave us with more question marks than answers. Well, but we have to seek for answers to find a way out of these problems, because as we can see, it may be named, it may be called a problematic story. Well, my first question is, maybe it's a bit of a repetition, but do you think that at least some regulations are necessary, some minimal standards? Yeah, Adam.
Thank you. Thank you, Tom, for a very nice presentation. Thank you, Professor Walker, for a very good presentation. I had a chance to read your book, Tom, Thrive. Congratulations. I really enjoyed. I really like the book. I just have one comment on this, also referring to the question that Michael just asked. I think we know that legal norms, they are also creating the culture. This is maybe different in different societies, but from the Polish perspective, I have to say that there is an effect. So if there is no legal regulation, completely nothing, then we might end up in a situation that everybody thinks that this is something is fully allowed, or there is no issue to using certain technology, for example. So in my opinion, this is what, for example, happened in France in 2018, that the state regulated use of smartphones in schools, is a very good starting point, because it shows to parents that something's going on, that maybe allowing a complete freedom in this shouldn't be well, that parents at least should have some thoughts how to proceed with the technology for their children, because I think it's of course very individual. It's every parent can have a different thoughts on that, can have a different idea how to and when to give the technology to the children. But there is probably a lot of parents in the society that will not reflect too much on that. They will just wait for the government, for the regulation. And then we might face the problem, because there is, of course, different parents will have different level of understanding of things. And from this perspective, I really have, as a father of 4, I have really strong thoughts that at least this minimum, what you say, and also you say in your book, that you wish that the government and big tech could do that, but you have just doubts. I'm now saying to Tom, of course, that you have the doubts if this can be done in a good way. I agree with you, but I think we shouldn't leave it at that point, but we should try to push our governments to make this minimum approach, to make a minimum. Because in my opinion, banning smartphones and internet access in schools, well, it's really a minimum stage. Because why children at the break should watch movies, or they can do it at home, or they can do it after work, and this happens in many schools in Poland today. Well, children can have smartphones, they can open them, and they can do whatever they want in the breaks between of course, we're not talking about pandemic when we're homeschooling, but in a normal situation. The problem is that, well, I know that in UK, you can confirm that, but in UK, I guess more than 90% of schools prohibit smartphone use in the school. And it's not regulation, it's not a state regulation, it's something which happened by kind of a culture approach. So the principals decided separately, and they did that. Well, in Poland, this is really impossible. Why? Because we know these stories. I have my children now in 3 different institutions because of the aging. Of course, they're different schools, and in a school, if there is let's say in a class, there's 25 families, 50 parents, let's say. And there is a agreement between 23 of parents that, yeah, let's push the direction, or let's push the teacher to prohibit smartphones. But there will be one person or one family or 2 which will say, no, this is you take my liberty. You are doing some things which will limit our freedom. Then of course the principal will not proceed with this procedure, because he will be afraid. There is no regulation. He has no right to do that. He has no. So I think this minimum should be really, really pushed. We as a society, as parents, as citizens, should push our governments to do this minimum. Thank you.
Now another comment from Ignacio Socias.
Thank you. Thank you very much for your presentations, Professor Walker and Harrison. And yeah, I would like maybe to take a step forward, mentioning the title of this conference, Family Responsive Policies. I like very much that term, as opposed to family friendly, because family responsive, for me at least, means meeting the real needs of families. It's not that the state, as we were saying this morning, is kind of having a gracious attitude towards, or a charitable attitude towards families. But no, they are trying to give them what they need, because this is a question of justice. And this regulation we are talking about, I think, to be a good regulation, should be able to detect the situation and the needs of every family. As in other topics, sometimes the state will have to intervene because the parents are not doing what they should. Most of the times they should just support the parents or schools in giving some principles that can guide their behavior. And in other cases, just respect what parents have decided because they have done it well. I'm thinking, for instance, in homeschooling in the States, which is quite common. Okay, so I think this kind of respect to the family needs, to the characteristics of every family, makes things much more difficult for the state, because they need to establish some indicators, criteria of how they should act. And also, very important, I think, every family policy, as all social policies, have side effects. And we know by now that prohibiting things have had some very negative effects when the kids grow up. So also the way to counteract that, how can we not just forbid things, forbid the use of phones at school, but at the same time try to educate children on all these things that Professor Harrison was mentioning. I know maybe these 2 points are a big challenge, but I think it's what we need if we really want to meet this big change we were talking this morning about, this new era which makes things maybe more difficult, mostly at the beginning, because we're facing new things, but probably on the long run, that could be really worthy. Thank you.
So we are talking about minimal standards. Does anyone of you want to add anything to it?
I'm sorry, I can briefly respond if you want to
yes, of course.
Adam's comment. Is that okay? Just directly to Adam's comments, just to make it clear that I'm fully up for kind of regulation at certainly family level, as I've said, putting rules in place. I also agree school level, you are right, around 90% of schools here do some form of regulation, although it is quite different. Some will say that no schools, no phone can even come anywhere into the school. Some of them will take them off them and allow them to use them at lunchtimes and breaks. So it's quite different how it's implemented. But I certainly agree schools can take a leadership on this, and maybe governments can take an even higher leadership to help schools through this, because I was speaking to a teacher this morning who really struggles to know how to manage this policy because they're getting pressure from parents, and it's differentiated in different areas. So I'm certainly not saying that there isn't a place for schools to do that and take some leadership around this. My one concern is that, as Professor Walker said, that actually digital technologies are going to be so important to children's futures and employability. We're living in a world where AI, etc., is going to be essential to what they do, and we don't want them to get into a state of mind of thinking that this technology is all bad or all, not. It's so many of our big problems could be solved through digital technologies, and therefore we need our children to develop a positive attitude to them. And therefore, I think we need to make sure the regulation is in line with not thinking that these things are all negative, but actually we also help them to use these technologies for very positive purposes. And I see schools who use smartphones in really positive ways, linking to virtual reality, to learning, through integrating with different kind of role models and exemplars around the world, which is really kind of positive uses of those technologies, which help them learn digital skills, but also make a contribution. So I'm up for schools taking leadership on this, but I think we've also got to think about some of the implications from it as well, which I think is what Ignacio was saying towards the end as well.
Please, Professor Walker wants to add something.
Thank you. I just want to piggyback on Tom's comment, because my advocacy is to open dialogue about this. I think part of the tension of where some parents may be pushing back about, the smartphones when the rest of the parents are fine with it, is that we need more conversation to understand, so that we can have a joint conversation about the benefits and the drawbacks. You put limits in front of people, and of course, the first thing they're going to do is to push back. One of the things that I do in my undergraduate classes, the very first week, is we have a debate in the classroom about using laptops, because students have faculty that have prohibited them, and others are like, whatever. And so we have a conversation about the technology in the classroom, and it ends up with our setting classroom rules. But by the time we do that, we've had an open discussion about using them individually, using them socially, the irony of prohibiting when the university is pushing all this technology. And so, as Ignacio said, every rule is going to have a consequence. And so you start taking the phones away. And I'm completely with you in terms of a local school setting guidelines and having that dialogue. But, without having the conversation about what potential benefits there may be, I think we're lending to a promotion that it's all negative. And so my largest advocacy is that as we're exploring this idea about rules or not rules, is at the very least to open up the dialogue at a much higher level and let everyone participate in this conversation. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Walker. I have noticed some body language reactions from Mr. Rizzoli, Matteo Rizzoli, who is a professor of economic policy at LUMSA University in Rome. Please go on. The floor is yours.
So thank you for this very interesting conversation. So when I got the invitation, I had to read the title, and I didn't really know where the conversation could go. So I had to think about what kind of regulation am I thinking, or we are thinking, when we discuss about the regulation of the digitalization inside the family. And so the interesting thing is that I thought some things, and here in the debate many other arose, which is very interesting, because it means that there is potentially a lot to regulate. Just to sum up, I've heard about the need for certainly promoting access to all, and this is certainly something where regulation can intervene. So, just to so many things on where the regulation might be needed. What I thought myself was, well, as a parent, I think and when I talk to other parents like me, I see that there are ways where technology firms provide tools to regulate a little bit the digital content, which are parental controls, but these are seldomly used. I mean, I think I'm quite a sophisticated user of technologies, and I strive to use them. And I see many of my colleagues, even professors at university, simply don't use them. And I actually checked. There is a survey done in the U.S. which says that basically 18% of parents actually use parental control tools, which is a total. So I want to use this specific example as just to talk about this regulation, this specific field. But of course, we could do the same reasoning for all the other fields that I mentioned. So I teach family economics, but I also teach theory of regulation. And by now we know that, I mean, there are many ways in which you can regulate. The regulatory toolbox is very rich. And by now we know that regulation can be very impactful, can be very costly, so very intrusive. So, but there are degrees in which we can intervene. So there is anything between zero options. So even sometimes doing nothing is just the good thing to do because intervening is too costly, up to command and control. So in our case would be prohibiting content from being available online. In between, there are a lot of things we can do. And a proper regulatory impact assessment would allow us to measure the costs and benefits of what we can do. And just to give examples, so I mean, we can ask companies to self-regulate following some very general guidelines, which I think probably this is something that has happened, maybe not even pushed by regulation, but simply by consumers' requests. So, I mean, the Apple and Android certainly have developed tools to kind of control the access to mobile phones by parents, mobiles of children. But maybe that's not enough. So self-regulation, I mean, the take-up rate, so if only 18% of parents actually use these tools, maybe this tells us that this is not enough. So where can we go further? Well, for instance, we could mandate simplification, so like a standard. So every tool must have a parental control, and these parental controls must be done following some general guidelines, so parents know. I mean, they don't have to, learn everything when they switch website or when they switch tools, when they, change the internet provider at home, and so on and so forth. So standardization could help. Then, of course, we can mandate companies to advertise the features of this. So to make some education to parents through advertisement about the possibilities that are provided with these parental controls. And then, of course, we have all the big Pandora box of the nudging techniques. So we can nudge people into use those. So, for instance, think about you buy a phone and the parental controls are already turned on. So you have to, if you want, you have to opt out of that. So you have to learn how to opt out of the parental controls. Otherwise, it's already there. So that's a very classical nudging technique, which has been provided to be very helpful in other contexts where regulation is needed. And then there are incentives. Of course, incentives always matter, monetary incentives. So for instance, my provider makes me pay for having the service of parental control. This should not be there, okay? We can perhaps, I mean, certainly take away these incentives, negative incentives for this, and so on. So I think when we talk about regulation, we have to be careful of what we have in mind exactly, knowing that there are different degrees by now, and knowing that economists and legal scholars also know how to measure the impact and the cost and benefits of every kind of regulation. This was my point, my contribution.
Thank you, Matteo Rizzoli. What we are discussing is a very important issue, important for the future of societies, of the nations, of individuals. But my impression is that this subject is maybe not non-existent in media and in public sphere, but at least it's not very underlined. Probably we need something like public awareness campaigns or something like that. Professor Michał Michalski, do you want to continue about regulations, I guess?
Yes. Hello, hello. Yes, thank you very much, and thank you for the inspiring speeches and presentations. I'm engaged also in the foundation, and we also publish the materials. This is the children in the virtual web or virtual net. Why am I showing this? I think the first target group, which should be the target of these campaigns that you have mentioned, are parents. And I think this is the problems, I think maybe the discussion and the problems that we see these days are probably, in my opinion, connected with the absence of parents. So they are not where they're supposed to be. In this small booklet, we as a kind of introduction, we use the picture of the crowded crossroads. Yes? So if you would ask a parent, would you let your little child to enter the crowded crossroad where many cars are speeding here and there? Of course, every parent would say, oh, no, never. But at the same time, I think a lot of these parents have no problem with letting their children into internet, which is, in my opinion, kind of crowded crossroads. Yes, and of course it does not mean that the crossroads is bad, because there are a lot of cars traveling, doing good things and, well, working and so on. But what I'm trying to say is that we somehow assume, and I think it's not about our discussion today, but when I look at the discussions in the public, I think they're lacking balance, because in most of the discussions that I see, there's only good thing about internet and all the digitalization and so on and so on, and there are those few bad people who say, no, we have to take care of our children, we have to make sure that they are safe and so on and so on. Internet is a tool, and this tool can be used in a good and in a bad way. I think if, for example, internet and digitalization and let's say smartphones are so important for the future of our children, so one option is let's remove all the other subjects from the schools and let's give our children 8 hours of smartphone use at school, yes? If this will be so important, of course it will be important, but it will not be the only important thing in the future. And if we rather would keep the balance and we would, for example, try to not to throw out the smartphones from school, but at the same time not to allow the smartphones dominate the school time, so maybe let's organize a special course for working and creative use of smartphones, and let's give our children 1 hour a day, let's say, yes, when they are instructed and they have time to use and work with smartphones. Maybe this would be a possible thing to do. So to sum up, I think that we are pretty often talking about what states should do, what schools, and so on and so on. And in my opinion, the first target group that we should address and motivate, and I think the group that should wake up, are parents. And I think that in the first place I would look for the ways to help parents get in the place where they are, I think, they are supposed to be. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's stay for a while with the question of the state intervention, state regulation. I will ask Piotr Dardziński, who is the president of the Łukasiewicz Research Center, to give his opinion.
Very much. Thank you very much for the presentation and discussions. I want to say what the Professor Michalski said, so I have to change my plan. And I have some general remarks for the beginning. So I think that we are at the moment when we don't know more than we know. So the digitalization era is something new. So we have much more questions and answers. And the first goal is to prepare to state the good questions, and then looking for the answers of this question. Because we use the phrase technology, in fact, we have technologies, different technologies. The smartphone is exactly only the tool. You can use this tool on the different ways. And from my point of view, the most important question is not only the dangers that can these tools make, but how to use these tools on the good way. So if we are thinking or speaking about the family responsive policies, we have to be concentrated of this good side of technologies, because it's easier to teach how to use this on the good way than to ban something. If you say to the young people it's forbidden, it's in Poland, and not only for the young people, for the old people too, they will do this because this is something interesting. And to the regulations, I think that we should be very careful with the regulation because of this new phenomenon of digitalization, because we are not sure how it works. And before the regulation, we need a good practice. So the good regulation needs the good practice, needs examples. For example, like the schools. So we have to start with the researchers at schools, and we have to looking for the different ways of our behaviors. And after this research, after the good practice, the real practice, we can thinking about the regulations. I'm quite sure that at that moment, our administration is not ready to do any regulations in this area, because the regulation, the legal work needs a lot of data and a lot of practice and a lot of experts. They can say what will be the next step. Not only the beginning. It's quite easy to make the regulation. It's much more complicated to have this what we want to reach with this.
May I interrupt you? Do you think that you can follow those changes, as they are the internet and generally digitalization is the word which is changing so fast? Can you follow it with analysis?
We have to do this. We don't have any possibilities. We have to do this. And to the family, technologies means the communications technologies. So I see a lots of possibilities to use the technology, the digitalization era for the family. For example, this, of course, everyone for us has a good or bad example. My mother used WhatsApp, and they communicated with my children with WhatsApp or Signal. And I have to say that it's for our community, family community, very good. So we should be very careful when we say about the technology. We should be concentrated of the content. And before the regulation, we have to have a good practice.
Okay, probably it's better not to hurry up, really. I know that Francesco Belletti, who is representing Centro Internazionale Studi Famiglia in Milan, wants to comment.
Thank you for the floor. And I thank all the organizers because the opportunity to listen to this very interesting workshop, and also the two speeches this afternoon were very keen. And I would start my comment on state regulations, starting from the speed of this digital revolution, because at present we are surfing on the revolution. We have no clear ideas, and the change is too rapid for our coping competencies. All the big revolutions in the humankind history has been done with generational timings. That's what I would say. All people had time to learn how the change was changing society and daily lives. Now, in a few years, things are so rapidly changing that we cannot rely on rigid regulations. So state regulations will always arrive just a bit late. And that's why I strongly agree with Professor Harrison's proposal, which is working on the personal responsibility, investing on the personal skills. And if we help people to be more competent and more flexible and able to cope and change during this transformation, it will be better than relying on public and general regulations, which will arrive too late, in my view. And I would like also to add that this need of support in this big change is not only to children. It is something who is transforming the daily life of every individual, of every person. Obviously, we are worrying about the more vulnerable people, but also for adult people, there is a big problem of transparency, of access to sound information. Actually, it is quite hard to rely on information on the web. We need bigger competencies and this is one of the main topics. So the change is big, and we need a public discourse. Professor Walker was saying we need a conversation. This conversation is inside families, among the generations, with educators in the school system, for instance. But we need a general discourse where employees and employers, this morning we listened to very interesting experiences, the public, the policymakers, the web producers, the big companies have to be involved. And I think that we could try to invent something which can stress the dimension of the relational goods that Professor Estiniu this morning recalled to us, which means a family needs to have material goods, to have good economic conditions, but also to make the relations grow. And if family relations improve, also society get better. So I think that this is not a simple process, and we have to serve and to adapt. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And now we will have another voice. Dr. Tom Harrison, do do you want to comment on what have been said?
Yes, I just wanted to come in briefly because there's so many, this is such a thoughtful and interesting selection of comments, and I think it's shown how complex a situation that we're actually in right now. To try and I really appreciated what Francisco was saying a minute ago about. I love the idea of the fact that we're in the middle of kind of trying to surf this wave right now, and it's incredibly difficult to get any markers down about where to put some legislation in areas. But I think there are things that we can do, and it was been said by several speakers right now. There was some thought that some of the issue is with the parents, and I understand that because I see it ultimately as my responsibility as a parent to be able to help my children to use the internet wisely. But my research and my work with parents shows that a lot of parents are very scared. They're very fearful in this situation. They don't quite know how to handle it. I don't really like the term digital natives. And I think, again, going back to Susan Walker's comments, you know, all the children are quite different. They use technology in different ways for different amounts of times. You know, digital natives is not a great term in terms of trying to sum up what's going on with children and millennials coming through. But I do like, or I find it useful, this idea of digital immigrants, to perhaps sum up some of us who weren't born in the digital world and in many ways are having to move into this digital world. And like any digital immigrants, we can either do that voluntarily or we can be forced migrants. Voluntary immigrants are people who learn the language. They try to understand the culture. They try to kind of, try out the different food and the different areas. And they may not like it all. They may reject some of the areas, but at least they've tried to kind of learn about that area. But a lot of parents, I think, are very fearful that they just don't have the technological understanding to be able to manage how their children use the technology, and they do the minimum, like putting the internet blockers on if it's available and easy to do, as Matteo says. So I think, you know, we can perhaps do some more policies around helping parents understand, this digital technology, and I think a lot of this can be done through the school. So I'm doing quite a few programs and working with schools here that bring teachers and parents together to explore these issues together. It's not the teachers teaching the parents the other way around. I've done workshops that bring teachers and parents together, and they look at their dilemmas and they come up with policies that both teachers and parents are going to respond and act together in those sorts of spacing. So it's a joint parents and teachers, and we're doing studies on how those actually work. Because really and this is why I'm attracted again to the idea of character, is because it doesn't really that much matter if parents don't understand exactly how Snapchat or WhatsApp or whatever works, because the focus is on the sorts of values that all parents should think are important anyway. I should want my children to be compassionate, whether they're online or offline. I should want them to act with integrity, whether they're online or offline. I should hope they've got resilience to bounce back when they get challenged by things, whether they're online or offline. So even if I don't know all the technological differences, I do know the sorts of qualities that I'd like my children to develop. I just need to have the confidence to believe that these things still can be applied and are important in both those worlds. So I think more work or policy that prioritizes kind of these sorts of approaches and enables parents and teachers to come together to solve these sorts of things could be really beneficial.
Thank you very much. Now we will be back to Marcin Kędzierski. I hope it works now.
Hello, I switched to my mobile. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, great. Thank you very much for the invitation. I really regret that I didn't have an opportunity to take part in the morning session because I was teaching my students then. I really admire that you mentioned the relational groups, because I think that it's something really important. That as an academic who is dealing with public policy, I'll always ask myself about the problem, and I'm quite close to what Professor Rizzoli said. And if I define something as a public problem, then I'm trying to ask myself whether it requires a public response and whether we need a public intervention. And of course, the public policy has much in common with the behavioral economics, and we have to think about the types or methods of how can we influence the people's behavior. And I think that regulation is not the only instrument that we can use, because besides that we can use the financing, we can use some informational or promotional campaigns. And when I think about the problem of using or bad or well using of technology, especially by children, but not only by children, I think that we have to think about education. I'm an expert of education policy, and ask myself about the role of education policy and the role of schools in that process. And I think is that what do we need is not only to ban using technology or smartphones in the schools, but it's rather to rethink how schools should function, what should be the social role of education and of schools. And I think is that we need to rethink also the interrelations between the schools and the families. I think that the children, besides that I'm an academic, I'm a father of 5 children, and I believe that we need to invest much more time in establishing good relations with our children in order to teach them critical thinking. I think that it's quite difficult to learn critical thinking in that age in the school. So I think that the parents, they need some support, but I think they need time. And as the decision makers, as the experts, we rather should try to find solutions that will give parents more time to spend that time with their children. And the children do not need the new technologies so much when they are with their parents, especially in the early times when they are 4, 6, or 8 years old. I think that the idea that the children need to have contact with smartphones, with new technologies in order to learn them is quite controversial to me, because I think that even when the children are at the age of 12, they can very quick get used to the new technology. So when I look at my children, when they take my smartphone, I think that I see that it takes so little time for them to get used how to use smartphone. So I think that we should rather try to postpone the time when the children have an access to the new technologies. It won't make them poorer in that experience, and we have to invest in time. And if I'm thinking about schools, I think that we should rather send the parents to the schools in order to give them support, psychological support, to give them information how to react on the current technologies, also challenges connected with the technological revolution. When we are thinking about to different interventions, to different instruments, and I think that we can use schools, but not to teach children, but to teach parents. I think that parents require a lot of support, a lot of information, a lot of knowledge about how to take care of their children, how to become a teachers for their children, in order to prepare them to be ready to critically use the new technology. So I think that the critical thinking is something most important, and the regulations will not solve our problems. We need to think about some nudging, as well as Professor it's already said. And I would rather invest in the parents, invest in teaching parents, preparing parents for to become better parents for the children. Thank you very much.
Thank you. What I think is that we are assuming here that children are all the time or almost all the time in the center of interest of their parents. But let's be frank, the truth is that parents are often bored, often tired, and they are not always, in my opinion, ready to act consciously, fully consciously, when it comes to their children. So probably we still need to think about some minimum regulations. What exactly, in your opinion, should be regulated? If it should. Professor Walker, please.
Thank you. So I'm reacting pretty strongly to the idea of regulation because parents are so stressed. You know, when you note about that not all parents are able to attend, it's because they're stressed. It's because they're, you know, there are so many families that worrying about what their children are doing with technology is a luxury. And so I think it's really more stepping back. And Michael, I have to say that as a parenting educator and a parent advocate, you have just like music to my ears, or Marcin rather, sorry. So it's less regulation and it's more support. And again, recognizing the stresses and strains of being a family today, economically, employment-wise, access to schools. And I was also going to note, you know, I totally agree that parents do need education with regard to the technology use with kids, and but they need education and support for being parents, period. And if we can infiltrate that with schools, that's great. I would just, and I agree with Tom, I think schools are a great place. I would just start a lot earlier. You know, I would embed this much more into whatever kind of supports, because as parents are learning to be parents and they're understanding their children, their own understandings about using technology can be embedded within that nurturing and guidance that starts from the start, because we're all seeing babies pick up phones, right? And stare, and we're all using technology to connect with grandparents over, you know, with COVID and everything. So very young children are exposed to screens, and parents really are not certain. Half of them feel guilty about it, and the other half, you know, they're happy for the connection. And again, those are the parents that have the luxury of thinking about it. And so I think it just has to start earlier, but it would be integrated into our widespread supports for parents from birth and even pre-birth. So I would like us to be thinking about the use of technology like food, you know, that it's just part of our lives, and there are some that are good and some that are, you know, are necessary, but that it's not going away. You know, and that we need to start early, support families in general, all families, and then as part of that support, encourage them, open this dialogue, but encourage them to be good critical consumers with their children around technology.
Thank you, Professor. Now, Professor Michał Michalski from Warsaw.
Can you hear me? Yes, okay. I just wanted to make a small step back to the topic of the first session, because I think maybe this would be a kind of help for us to try to look at this problem of digitalization within the family with the context of the labor market. Because our children, we take care of our children and they grow, and we hope they become independent to join society and join the labor market. And I think that maybe this perspective could also be helpful in for example, answering the question, how far should the regulation go or not? What am I trying to say is, of course, our children will be engaged in work to some extent with technology. But at the same time, our children will be engaged in working with other people, building relations, leading, managing. And we know that those who succeed, let's say in business, are not those who are the smartest, or not only are the smartest, let's say in mathematics or in economics, but at the same time, they know how to interact, how to communicate, how to build relations. Yes, and so far we know at least that there is some conflict between heavy usage of, let's say, smartphones and mental psychological development. I mean building relationships, yes? So maybe I'm trying to bring this perspective because maybe this would help us find some balance, yes? Because I know that our kids should be good in technologies because they will use it, but at the same time, they will also be working still with other people. And we have some scientific data so far, yes, that we all know FOMO, yes, fear of missing out, yes, syndrome, yes, which is not like a fairy tale. It's a problem that is connected with some heavy usage of social media, yes. So there is already some, I would say, scientific evidence. We also know from different also articles that the new generations are growing with some kind of soft skills deficits, yes, soft skills or human skills, let's say social skills. So I think this labor market perspective, which of course some say that there will be robots and computers and maybe few of us, yes? No, I think there will be few robots, maybe many robots, but there will be a lot of people. And this young generation is, I think, is going to be working in different conditions, but not completely different. I think I'm able to, let's say, to guarantee that they will still have to be able to cooperate with other people. So in my opinion, this perspective should be also in mind. And my last comment, I think that sometimes those scenarios of fully technologized future, either they are a science fiction literature or either they are the scenarios that would be like scenarios of the big tech companies, yes? I believe that future will be more, maybe less than these days, but will be in a similar manner, like full of human relations, and we should find a way to help our children not to, that the technology destroys their ability to build relationships, because in the end, human relationships are the deepest source of happiness. And I think this will not change in the future. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Michalski. As we speak of big techs, we all know that how powerful they are. In a sense, they are maybe on many areas more powerful than states. We have numerous examples that they are more powerful than governments. Maybe this question is a bit provocative and too far-reaching. But do you think that we can count that the big techs will gradually take a role of governments and they will somehow reform themselves to be more responsible? Does anyone want to answer? Professor Harrison, yes, please.
Okay, yeah, I can briefly answer, but it's a big question and I don't know. I'm a hopeful person. I'm an optimistic person. The sun has actually come out here, which suggests that the conversation is going very well. So maybe that's a good sign on where we are. So I'd like to think that these are big tankers. You know, the Googles, the Facebooks, these are seriously big tankers. And to turn around a big tanker takes a lot of time and a lot of understanding. And these tankers have been on a single mission, whether they say so or not. And that has been to gather market share and to make money. Let's be frank about it. You know, that's been a lot of the driving mission. Interestingly, that perhaps wasn't where they necessarily set out. If you think about Google's first strapline motto was "Don't be evil." You know, a lot of these early entrepreneurs, including Zuckerberg and others, talked very much about these technologies being a place which could bring people together and for kind of social, you know, kind of and cultural kind of progress. You know, that a lot of these entrepreneurs, and I believe them. I think a lot of these technology founders really did think that technology could have that base. If you look at someone like Sir Tim Berners-Lee, who's credited with inventing the World Wide Web, and he's not made, you know, great sums of money out of this, but he still speaks very passionately. He wrote a letter last year on the 30th anniversary of the internet that really talked about how in time these digital technologies can be the basis for the sorts of social progress that we might need in the future to deal with some of the real global challenges that all of us actually face. And he talked a lot about saying it's in our power, it's in our individual power to be able to do that. It's about how we use these technologies, not necessarily, you know, to some extent a non-deterministic account. Again, the technologies are there, it's how we use them actually matter. So it's a big, difficult question, but ultimately, if people stop using technologies or changing technologies because they see that they're not, because evidence comes through about the negative impacts on well-being, because people realize that they can't put up with the challenges to our democracy that are happening through, you know, bad use of technologies linked to kind of elections and those sorts of things. You know, as the negatives perhaps become more apparent, then perhaps there will be greater emphasis on these technology companies to actually self-regulate more for the good. I can't see a time when they'll become more. I think they've got a lot of power. Don't get me wrong, but I can't see a time when they will take over the nation state. I don't think that's going to happen. But I think there is some hope that maybe they'll start to self-regulate in a way that is perhaps closer to their truer, well, not their truer, but certainly their initial aspirations for this. And then you've got to remember things are moving very quickly, as we keep saying, and new startups could be coming into this market right now by young people with very values-led approach to design technology, who've learning from the past. And these startups can come through extreme. Look at how quickly something like TikTok has dominated the kind of certainly in this country and many other countries right now. That's within 1 or 2 years. So you get a startup with the right idea, with the right kind of set of aspirations, right management. These things, the picture can change quickly for sure.
Thank you. Some more comments from Mr. Ignacio Socias. And then please, Professor Harrison. Okay, we'll go straight to you. Walker, sorry, I am sorry. Tired.
A couple of small comments. One is that obviously we are here talking about different cultural contexts. For instance, the role of regulation and how it's accepted by society, by public opinion, is not the same in the States that it would be in Europe. Even in different parts of Europe, it will be seen as different things. So I think this is something that we need to keep in mind also. Maybe with time, globalization will make the differences narrower, but now I think they're still there. And also, another interesting point is that, in my opinion, is that we need to see ahead. I mean, I think up to now, we're sort of, I'm not saying here, but in general, we're sort of reacting. What about trying to prevent? Okay, and I do agree a lot with Tom Harrison that the idea is to try to instill these values, this character formation that will help our children face whatever comes. Because if not, we don't know what's going to be the TikTok of tomorrow or whatever. If we really try to put the effort on these values, it will be much better. Thank you.
Professor Walker, please.
Yes, just briefly. I don't share Tom's optimism. I would like to, but I don't. I think that big tech has designed tech to be addictive and continues to find more ways to make us not want to put our phones down. And also they're driven too much by an economic model from data harnessing. And so I would love to see at some point sort of the popular will start using technology. I think that there's going to be some shifts around which tech is used more or less, like who uses MySpace anymore, right? But I don't see. I think it'll be a long time. Maybe it'll be down in a few generations where there will be kind of an upswing to change the way that we use technology. But I don't see that anytime soon. And I think it's like a chicken and the egg. I think the technology has just created a monster and they're happy to keep it. And related to that then is the idea about government regulation. And so not the tech is going to take over government, but just how much technology the tech companies and government are in partnership with each other. Certainly in my own country, we've seen, political shifts in terms of the commercialization of the internet and the need to not have net neutrality. So, it remains just a really complicated picture. But unfortunately, I think, we have to look at these two massive macro forces between government and politics and the big tech companies. And I really don't feel too great about the consumer, except for our individual ability to regulate our own use, what's in our own household, and then again, open the conversation.
Thank you. Please, Dr. Rosario Espinal.
Yes, thank you. Well, there have been very interesting comments, and I think it's a very difficult and complex area to we have to be talking more about it. But I think that one of the challenges, big challenges, is that the companies, the big tech companies, they create an environment, a cultural environment. So, and this cultural environment has very negative side effects. Also, it may have positive effects. So I think that in this sense, states, and not only states and governments, but also civil society can intervene to emphasize the positive effects of technology and invest in that. Not in technology, but investing in creating contents and relationships. I think relationships are very important, and to try to create, as Tom said, for example, the character, the virtues. I agree with that, and I think, but character is not enough. So I think that we, as agents, social agents, we have to try to create an environment that is more positive and to balance or to compensate or to counterbalance the power of these big companies, because I think they are like the fourth power or the sixth power. They are factual agents that have a very strong incidence in social life. Thank you.
Thank you. Does anyone of you want to add anything? Maybe I will say that me as a father, I'm very concerned about the influence of internet on my children. We have already heard some stories from Adam, who has 4 children, from Tom Harrison. Maybe I would ask Matteo to share his experience with us. You are a father of 5, am I right?
Actually 6.
6.
Yes. No, it was not a coincidence that I thought about the issue of parental controls, because of course this was exactly one of the things I've been struggling with, and I know how much time it takes, you know, and now negotiation. So I have now these days I have a 13 years old who, it's a constant negotiation about the times of the phone and what could be accessed with this phone. And so, but we have to be there. We have to negotiate. We have to stay there, discuss, spend time on this, and yes, and I think through this conversation, I think that's the way where we can create that, that culture of virtue. So let them flourish. So just to, I mean, discussing with them what kind of content they could be harmful for them, and discussing also why, and but it requires a lot of time, and it's very intense, and I think, I'm very surprised at how many parents, and literally I'm you know, we all live in bubbles, and I am at the university, so my bubble is made of people with PhDs and professor, and so those who are qualified as very highly educated, and still how many of those friends of mine do not just think through these issues and do not take precautions, and do not they don't know how to configure the filters, and so this is really puzzling to me. So yeah, that was for personal experience.
Okay, thank you all very much. I think we will be coming to an end. Although those 2 subjects are never-ending stories, I think. Well, in the meantime, when we were speaking, I wrote a short and meaningless dissertation. We want the internet to be moral, but it's easier to say than done. Diagnosing problem is walking the tightrope, and controlling big techs is chasing rainbows. Does it mean regulating is just a pipe dream? Maybe not. We should discuss it. We should make experiments, and we should look for solutions. We are all homo economicus, one way or the other, we must too. At the same time, we are members of families, fathers, mothers, and siblings. And sometimes it's hard to find the balance between those 2 roles, especially when the world is driven by pure economical rules and seeking profits. Thank you all for taking part in our conversation, in our discussion, and probably we will see some of you next year, I hope. And that's all for now. At the end, we cannot forget about work-life balance. Thank you very much.